silences them. They suffer in silence, unable to seek help or confide in anyone. The criminal partner isolates them
from friends and family. They become dependent on the very person who harms them.
Isolation prevents them from seeking support or escape. They feel trapped and alone. Some women develop coping mechanisms to survive, and they dissociate from the pain in order to numb the emotions and endure. They may then rationalize the abuse, believing it is their fate or that they can change their partner. The constant threat of violence takes a toll on their mental health, as anxiety, depression, and PTSD are common among the women who find themselves in these types of situations. The ultimate betrayal is that the person they thought who would protect them becomes their tormentor. These women initially believed their criminal partners would provide safety and stability. Instead, they face danger and trauma. To address this, we must therefore focus on the economic empowerment and providing meaningful and gainful education, vocational training, and job opportunities. This is absolutely crucial if we are to break this cycle. Community programs that support young women and raise awareness about healthy relationships can also be useful tools in this endeavor. But as we discuss the impact of crime on women, we cannot ignore the plight of single mothers. These women find themselves alone, left to bear the burden of raising children in the aftermath of failed relationships with criminals. Single mothers often struggle financially as their criminal partners may have provided the sole source of income prior. But once the relationship ends, that support disappears. These single mothers then face the challenge of providing for their children without any financial assistance, and many of them work multiple jobs or live in poverty as a result of this. The emotional toll is immense, as these women experience grief, betrayal, and loneliness. They mourn the loss of their relationship, but also the loss of the family unit they had hoped for, and the dream of a stable family unit is shattered. Single mothers become the sole caregivers as they juggle work, household chores, and parenting responsibilities. The absence of a partner means they make all the decisions alone, from discipline to education, and this responsibility can often be too much to manage in this situation. These mothers often lack emotional and practical support, as their friends and family may have previously distanced themselves due to the criminal association. Support networks are crucial for mental well-being, but single mothers often feel isolated regardless due to the situation. Children raised by single mothers face challenges, and they miss out on having a father figure now that he is out of their lives. Witnessing their mothers' struggle and the aftermath of violence can therefore affect their emotional development in a negative way, as some children internalize the trauma and may later exhibit behavioral issues or turn to crime themselves. Children growing up in single-parent households or those who are exposed to criminality from a young age may also find themselves as witnesses to violence, drug abuse, and criminal activities from an early age. Their innocence is shattered, and they become desensitized to brutality and aggression. The absence of positive parental figures leaves a void, as these children lack healthy role models to guide them, and they may find themselves idealizing their criminal parents and perpetuating this cycle. Witnessing violence and instability causes deep emotional scars. Fear, anxiety, and trauma become their companions. Their emotional development then becomes stunted, affecting any meaningful relationships and their mental health. For these children, criminality becomes normalized. They see it as a way of life, and they may believe that violence and lawlessness are acceptable means to an end. The chaos at home often disrupts their education as they struggle academically, perpetuating the cycle of poverty. And it is this lack of education which limits their opportunities to escape the cycle of criminality and violence. Growing up in neighborhoods with high crime rates exposes them to peers involved in criminal activities, and it is often peer pressure from others in the communities that pushes them towards delinquency. Poverty and lack of resources drive some children to crime. They see it as a survival strategy, as the allure of quick money outweighs the risk, and they often feel like they either live or die by the sword. This is the reason that so many gangs are not only able to attract these youth to their cause, but in the face of so many of them either ending up in jail or dead due to their life of crime, these gangs are not only able to grow and thrive, but also splinter off and expand as a result of the perpetual source of delinquent minors willing to enter this life. So as I close this evening, we have delved into the heart-wrenching realities of crime in Trinidad and Tobago, specifically focusing on its impact on families, young women, and young girls. And as a criminologist, I have witnessed the intricate web of suffering that ensnares these vulnerable individuals. The economic desperation drives young women into relationships with criminals as they hope for stability, but find themselves trapped in toxic unions marked by coercion and fear. These women endure violence, both physical and emotional, from the very partners they thought would protect them. When these relationships crumble, single mothers are left to shoulder that weight alone. Financially strained and emotionally scarred, they navigate the challenges of parenting solo, and the absence of support networks compound their struggles, and their children often suffer the consequences. The most heartbreaking aspect in this cycle, perpetuated through generations. Children raised in criminal environments witness violence, instability, and betrayal. Lack of positive role models, disrupted education, and economic desperation pushes them towards criminal paths. Breaking this cycle requires community support, education, and compassion. As such, when we go home tonight, let us recognize that crime's impact extends far beyond statistics. It fractures families, scars women, and shapes the futures of our children. By addressing economic vulnerability, providing resources, and fostering empathy, we can rewrite the narrative, one of resilience and healing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kavita. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the brilliance on this stage this evening as the leader of the opposition continues to listen to your views on how we can return safety and security to our country. Ladies and gentlemen, we switch to another spectrum in Trinidad and Tobago. We switch to an educator. Mr. Robert Ramsahai has a Bachelor of Arts in English Language and Literature from the University of the West Indies. He has a Diploma of Education from the University of the West Indies. He has an Executive Diploma in Leadership and School Management from Arthur Locke Jack. He has a Bachelor of Laws. He served as the Vice Principal of Hillview College from 2008 to 2011. He served as the Principal of Presal Secondary School from 2011 to 2013. And he was the Acting Principal of the Upper Level Educational Institute. He was also my teacher and principal for many years. Let us welcome Mr. Robert Ramsahai.
Thank you very much, Morris, for that warm introduction. Honorable Madam Kamala Prasad Pisesa, I'm indeed honored to be invited to this. And our guest speakers, our Honorable Alan Chastanet and Ms. Kavita. All right, good. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for inviting me here, and try to keep within the time limit, okay. Violence in our schools. One of the simplest definitions offered by a Dutch criminologist, Peter Sperenberg, limits violence to the intentional encroachment upon a person's physical integrity Intent here means there has to be a knowing intention to cause harm to another. That is why accidents which may be very violent are not considered. That is why we also discount the violation of a person by another who may be thinking he's acting for the benefit of that person, but who may unintentionally cause harm. Nevertheless, we can define it to include not only the use of physical force by a person or a group of persons or an institution against one another, but also as a psychological, social, and emotional dimension to encompass any coercive or exploitative relationship. Ha! That sounds pretty impressive, eh? Now that I have your attention, let's talk about violence in school. Allow me the opportunity to present a little picture of violence in our schools and to suggest a few possible solutions to this rising dilemma that is totally out of hand at this point in time. Check your social media, you will see every day something happening. I've been a teacher for over 40 years, and I've served as head of department, vice principal, acting principal in the best school in Trinidad and Tobago. 2 President's Medal in 1 year, Hillview College. I have also served as principal in the government secondary school in Central, and last year I also served as acting principal in one of the best private schools, secondary schools in Sugarwanas. So I have had experience in 3 different types of schools: the denominational schools, the government schools, and private schools. And because the denominational schools are run by religious bodies, they have inculcated strict discipline in both students and the staff. And they retain a special kind of ethos. And they perform well because of it. And even this control today is being eroded by the ministries of education. However, let's look at the government schools. They have yet to build an ethos, with the exception of QRC and St. George's, and even these have fallen by the wayside recently. School violence includes violence on school property on the way to or from school and from school on school trips and events. Violence by fellow students is the most common and particularly vicious when different schools are involved. School violence can be real or implied threats. It can be verbal, sexual, physical, or perpetrated with or without weapons. If a person is deliberately harming another or acting in a way that leaves that other feeling threatened, that is school violence. There's no single reason why students should become violent. Yet, they exist. Some are just following behaviors they have seen at home, on the streets, in video games, movies, or television. Some do indeed have actual mental problems. Some have been bullied, and they feel isolated and rejected by their peers. And these are just only a few. One editorial says, the school system today is a style parading a substance. Let us look at the types of school violence today. 1, physical violence includes any kind of physical aggression, the use of weapons, as well as criminal acts like theft, arson, vandalism, and you name it. What physical threat is involved. We have psychological violence, which includes emotional and verbal abuse. These involve insulting, threatening, ignoring, isolating, rejecting, name-calling, humiliating, ridiculing, rumor-mongering, gossiping, lying, or punishing another person for no reason. Then there is sexual violence. Includes sexual harassment, sexual intimidation, unwanted touching, sexual coercion, and even rape. Bullying can take physical, psychological, or sexual forms and is characterized by repeated and intentional aggression towards another person. Now this one is most common. Taxing is the extorting of money by threatening violence, actual violence, or by blackmailing. Then there is cyberbullying, which is a new phenomenon. Includes sexual or psychological abuse by people connected through school, on social media, or other online platforms. This may involve posting false information, hurtful comments, malicious rumors, or embarrassing photos or videos online. And this is a culprit here. The COVID virus and its attendant closure of physical schooling have brought unprecedented behavioral problems among many students. Today, social media is rife with video clips of students fighting each other, both boys and girls, smashing of a maxi taxi recently, a school bus. And this weekend, I saw a video clip with smashed classroom furniture, upturned chairs, and I saw chairs stuck to the ceiling, defying gravity. I have never seen that in my life. 40 years I've been teaching, and it's 10 years out of the system. And I have never seen that before, yet I have a video proof of it. So what causes school violence? There's no straightforward answer, you know. There are always risk factors, and these would include poor academic performance, prior history of violence, hyperactive or impulsive personality, mental health problems, witnessing or being a victim of violence, alcohol, drug, or tobacco abuse, dysfunctional family dynamic, domestic violence or abuse, access to weapons, delinquent peers, their friends, bad company, and of course, poverty or high crime rates within the community, that is, where the gangs are seen as idols. So what can we do? Parents react to school violence in different kinds of ways. Some parents encourage their children to bully others. They say that you're strong, be strong and fight, stand up to them. Others try to teach their children how to act in a way that will not attract bullying or other violence. But that never works, and they may teach the child to blame himself for being bullied. Other parents are proactive, and they try to work within the school or challenge the school if necessary to try and keep their child safe. Some schools have programs that bring students together to share their experiences and to talk about solutions. This is engaged in by private schools because they can afford it. They charge you money and they can bring in experts. They are also streamline who they take in. I've had a situation in the private school where I had to expel 2 students because they wouldn't change. 3 strikes and you're out. You can't do that in the government school or management school. One program brings students to interact with teachers, psychologists, and the community police to talk and write and do things to create positive changes. If you think a program like this could be of benefit, talk to your principal, child school principal, and see what can be done. There's a great deal that you and I, all of us together, can do to help an angry child learn ways to successfully cope with anger. Now, look at some of the activities that you can participate in. Physical activities, sports. Some of you don't want to try to play sports and they'll get damaged, right? They'll be harmed in this anyway. Let them get their feelings out, their anger out, expend their energy. Another one, hitting a punching bag. I remember the late Dr. Tapin mentioned that to me. He said he had a punching bag in the gym there, and he said invite these students to go and cuff it so that they'll get rid of their pain and get rid of their anger. Then they had to take time out. Tell them, say, look, come, take at the private school that I was a principal of. There was a child who was having a problem and crying and whatnot because they were teasing her and so on. I said, come, sit in my office. Wash your face, sit down there. Relax, and when you're ready, just go back. She did that 2 or 3 times, and afterwards, she's back. It's normal. These are things that we all can do. Getting into music. At Hillview College, there was a group of Form 3 boys. They were actively destroying desks and doing this and doing. I know they were musicians. So I had there were some musical instruments, guitars and so on, that were not being used. I had them very strong. The boys themselves did it. And they started within 1 week. They had a nice little group. They played for graduation the next week. They were so wonderful, and it streamlined them. This is what I advise to you. And then what you can do is to, as parents, identify triggers to anger. The better your child can make the connection between what leads to angry outbursts, the more control he will have in expressing his emotion. Parents, speak to your children. Don't shout at them in anger or frustration. It only gets them angrier. And there's another way to creatively express angry feelings through art, through craft, through dancing, through any kind of physical expression, so that the Student Support Division of the Ministry of Education is embarking on that now. They are also bringing in what is called cultural transformation. The only problem with that is they bring in long after the cows have escaped the van. So it will take some time for it to kick in. There are expressive therapies which help teens express anger management, conflict resolutions, groups, and these will provide an opportunity for teens to learn from each other. Individual provides a safe place to explore this difficult emotion. Keep in mind that uncontrolled anger is sometimes associated with mental health disorders in teens. So make sure to get professional help for your teen if their anger continues to be a problem. Truthfully, the ministry is embarking on this massive program to treat with violence in the school through the National Code of Conduct, the implementation of the student support services, counselors, social workers, community police, no violence day, and zero tolerance. But as I said, it's a bit late. We should have started that long before. I also remember right here in San Grande, the late Mr. Fazal Karim had converted the former Ascot Cinema into a COSA training facility for nurses. However, that was shut down. And just soon afterwards, what happened? You're importing nurses from Cuba and all other places. You can employ these youths. If you have them doing nothing, they'll find trouble. They'll find the devil make idle hands, do all kinds of things. What about those teens who are already bloodied into the gangs now? These will have to be got rid of by attrition. Those that are far gone, they will kill out themselves for the turf. We are our neighbors' keepers. We must look out for each other, or else we all fall down. In our land of turmoil, it cries out for a hero to quell the bloodshed. We need a more decisive action from the Minister of National Security, from the Commissioner of Police, from the heads of divisions, from the superintendents, to curtail the gangs' movements through surveillance and roadblocks, right? To prevent more shipments of arms coming in, we need a more effective Coast Guard, Customs and Excise Division, and most of all, complete isolation of gang leaders who operate freely within the prison walls. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Still have 45 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ram Sahai. Sandy Grandi, you are gathered here in your hundreds this evening. The organizers have told us that you are well over 700 people here listening. And I understand why you are out in your numbers. Because 5 months ago, when your leader of the opposition, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar, pledged these crime talks or these anti-crime talks, she told you that she'll be engaging every single sector of society. But she also told you that she would be bringing a host of experienced individuals. And you've seen that this evening with youth and from the educational sector. But this evening, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar, who I will say is your Prime Minister in waiting, has done even better than that. She's brought CARICOM to you. She's brought a CARICOM legend to speak to you this evening, brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, the Honorable Arlen Michael Chastanet is a giant in CARICOM and regional commerce. Mr. Chastanet is a giant in CARICOM and regional politics. Mr. Chastanet holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in economics with a minor in political science as well as a master's degree in development banking. From 2006 to 2011, he served as the Minister of Tourism and Civil Aviation as a member of the St. Lucian Senate. But it gets better than that. In 2013, he was elected as the political leader of the Union Workers' Party. But it gets better than that. Mr. Arlen Michael Chastanet was elected as an MP in St. Lucia as well as the Prime Minister of St. Lucia on June 6, 2016. And he served as one of the best Prime Ministers in CARICOM's history. He also served as St. Lucia's Minister of Finance, Economic Growth, Job Creation, External Affairs and Public Service. You see what I mean? He's a legend in CARICOM. In 2007, Mr. Chastanet was a recipient of a World Leadership Award. And in 2009, he was named Travel Agent Magazine's Caribbean Travel Personality of the Year because Mr. Chastanet is a legend of all sorts in the Caribbean region. So this evening, I want you to welcome a Caribbean and a CARICOM hero. This evening, we have a man who has inspired, motivated, and developed hundreds of young people and citizens throughout the Caribbean region. Let us give a warm Trinidad and Tobago welcome to the Honorable Arlen Michael Chastanet, leader of the opposition of St. Lucia.
Good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. It's great to be here with you this evening, sharing the platform with such distinguished speakers. First of all, let me thank the very young lady, Ms. Kavita Chotak, for her presentation. And I want to say that what she said is so true. I've seen it myself, where I go to households and I meet young women who unfortunately end up getting pregnant at a very young age. And when they don't have their family support with them, more often than not, they end up dropping out of school. And before you know it, they're on the block and they're pregnant again. By the time they're 18, many of them have had 3 to 4 children. And in the case of some of the communities I know, their mother did the same thing. Their grandmother did the same thing. And what we have failed to realize as a society collectively together it is not their problem alone. And the traditional way that we have been in the Caribbean, where your neighbor is your family. All too often, we individually are struggling so much that the last thing that we want to do is to take on someone else's problems. But those children grow up in a household where the mother sends them to school in hopes that the teacher feeds them. They go to school with the same shoes, the same clothes, and they are teased, they are ostracized. And we've seen it repeat itself over and over again, where rather than face that pressure, they drop out of school. And they become our children, but we don't adopt them as our children. And this is where the government of today has to take up the responsibility of taking care of those children. I want to thank Mr. Ramshahai for what he spoke about at schools. During COVID, we used the terminology, I'm sure you'll remember it, the front line, the nurses, the ambulance drivers, the policemen, all who put themselves at risk every day to provide the protection for all of us. Our teachers are facing the dilemma, and the principals, of where they're no longer just confronting the idea of educating our children, but they are now faced with the added burden of wanting to have to discipline our children and to take on responsibilities of security. And this is putting an unnecessary pressure and making the environment for teaching impossible. And so I want to thank you, sir. I want to thank all the teachers here in Trinidad and Tobago, all the teachers in my beautiful island of St. Lucia, to let you know that the frontliners, we appreciate everything that you do. And I'm hoping that more parent and teachers associations will appreciate what the teachers are doing and find themselves on the front line of supporting them. So again, I want to thank those two speakers. And last but not least, I want to really thank former Prime Minister, Leader of the Opposition, Mrs. Prasad, for breaking the mold, for being a person who is looking for solutions but not to blame anyone else. I am here tonight not because of a shared ideology, although we share many of the same values of the UDC. But I'm here tonight to stand in solidarity with your former Prime Minister. And more particularly because she is a leader of the opposition. Our constitutions officially include the office of the leader of the opposition as part of our government. It cannot be a political party that's in government as the opposition, representing millions or if not thousands of voters, that every attempt is made to silence the voice of the opposition as if we have no role to play in the governance of our countries. I am here tonight to give her support and say to her that she is in the right direction. She is setting an example for all the other leaders of the opposition, that our job is not just to protest, our job is not just to oppose, but our job is to create platforms like today to give the people a voice to speak. In St. Lucia, we remind the government every day that while we have a parliament, There is one person or one group of people that the parliament must respond to, and that is the people's parliament. Everyone is not lost. And so today I want to say to you, Madam Leader of the Opposition, congratulations on taking a positive step in developing your country and to make sure the voice is heard. And I want to say that she is so visionary that we had a discourse this evening, and to say that we are going to take this voice now to the region and form a collective group of leaders of the oppositions and to make sure that the voices of the leader of the opposition in the Caribbean region is heard by the CDB, by the World Bank, and by CARICOM. And we're no longer going to be denied the voice in representing all the people who did not vote for the government, and to make sure that that voice is listened to and given a seat at the table. So again, thank you for your courage. We are here tonight, and I thank you so much for the invitation, to discuss a problem that is affecting all of us. I brought tonight a copy of the Constitution of St. Lucia. You have your own constitution. Some of us have not taken the time to really appreciate what a constitution is. A constitution is a contract between the citizens of a country to empower an entity called the government of Trinidad and Tobago, or the government of St. Lucia, to make decisions in the best interest of all of us. That we give that authority to government superpowers to make decisions for us. But one of the things that the Constitution does is to enshrine liberties and rights to all of us, and to make sure that that government does not use its power against anyone in our country. It cannot use that power to oppress and suppress the rights of individual citizens in our country. You don't have to go far in our Constitution. Chapter 1, it says, whereas every person in St. Lucia is entitled to the fundamental rights and freedoms, that is to say, the right, whatever his race, place of origin, political opinion, color, creed, or sex, but subject to the respect for the rights and freedoms of others and for the public interest, to each and all of the following, namely. And look at the first thing: life, liberty, security of the person, equality before the law, and the protection of the law. Living in a country that is crime-free is an obligation of any government by the Constitution. It cannot be that a government is expecting that we're going to continue to support it and support their governance if they are not willing to fulfill the obligations of our rights in the Constitution. I want each one of us to appreciate what I am saying. Living in a neighborhood that is safe, being able to go out at night safely, to own assets and to know that nobody is going to break in and steal those assets, to send your child out to a nightclub at night or to go to a restaurant. It's not a privilege. It's not something that we should be grateful if a government is able to do it. The Constitution requires every government to provide that security to all of us. Crime is the enemy of our country. Think of how much money you spend on securing your own home. Think of the things that you don't do because you're fearful of crime. Think of the amount of money that government is spending on having to try to fight crime. Think of people who have been injured and they can no longer make a contribution to their family, and that they now have become a burden to their family. Think of the frontliners, the nurses and the doctors and the police officers and the ambulance who have to pick up young people or citizens of this country who have been killed. Do we really take into consideration the mental trauma that we are causing to them? A young person that we all too often hear losing as a teenager. Do we calculate what that person could have contributed to society and the loss of that genius? We don't know who the next great person is going to be. But if we lose our young people too young, we are depriving ourselves of their own genius. Who can put a cost to life? And so when we sadly listen every day to the news and hear about another murder, how many of us now just chalk it up to another number? Do we really visualize the mother that lost their child? Do we visualize the brothers and sisters that have lost that child? Do we visualize the friends that they had and the impact that child or that teenager being lost on them? We have to admit it. We have become numb to the number. We no longer put a face to who's being killed. Let us remember, just because you come from a household that is deprived does not make you a criminal. And when we read a press statement, the mother is being interviewed of a child that's being lost or been killed, what do they say? I loved my son. He was a good boy. In her eyes, he was. But we are all guilty of making that person a criminal. We say to ourselves, where there's smoke, there's fire. Is that the Christian thing to do? How are we ever going to get change when every murder and every person who's being lost doesn't affect our heart? That there's no longer a sense of urgency to bring about change. That we no longer want to go and demand. We don't want to, willing to protest. We're not willing to write a letter. We're not willing to make a phone call to say that this must stop, and genuinely know that the loss of lives is going to affect our own society. We simply hear it, but we don't feel it anymore. And we have to change if we're going to see change. I'm sure you're familiar with the saying. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So here's the unfortunate truth. All of us in the Caribbean are no longer feeling the truth. And as bad as the statistics are about crime in our countries, there is hope. New York City was the most dangerous city in the world. Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of the world. Miami in the 70s and 80s with the mafia and drugs. Los Angeles, London, Paris, all of them at some point have been named the most dangerous cities in the world. But they broke the chain of doing the same thing over and over again and found solutions to solve the problem and to move on. We must find the solutions to crime in our region. We must accept that that solution is not one person's, but it's all of us. I'm pleading with all of you. Open your hearts and feel the pain of the people who are being affected. Because today it's them, tomorrow it is going to be you. You will be the mother saying, he was a good boy. Don't wait for it to happen before you found out how lonely the world is and that nobody really cares. We must change, and change can happen. Other people have shown that there's a way to solve this problem. Let's start regionally. One of the first changes we must accept is that crime is no longer national. The gangs which are creating the most problems in our countries, they are regional and international networks. How are you going to fight them by yourself in Trinidad and Tobago? How is St. Lucia going to fight them by themselves? How is St. Vincent or any other country in this region going to fight those institutions, those corporations of evil? How? They are bigger than all of us. They have more weapons and more technology than we have. And that is why, while I was Prime Minister, I supported the idea that each country should allocate $1 of its airport to go and support the RSSS, the Regional Security System. We must fund it where it becomes better equipped than the criminals. It must develop a border control. Trinidad and Tobago's border is no longer its own. Freedom of movement of people. So we must protect each other's borders to be able to protect ourselves. We need a border control system of where there is communication with each other. When RSS goes into our countries, and Prime Minister, they pick some officers from each one of the countries who have never spoken to each other. So all they're doing is showing force. They're not going to go and solve any problem. All they're going to do is quell a fight. Going to be a referee. And the police and the people and the criminals in those countries are laughing because they have no intelligence on the ground. How are you going to fight like that? And I'm calling upon the leaders today, many of them who were there while I was there. Many of them would know the meetings that we had in Trinidad, because Trinidad is the lead for security in CARICOM. I'm asking them to do the right thing now. Allow the tax to go through and let us fund a regional security system that is going to be to protect all of us. I want to know that the brightest and the best police officers in each one of the countries will now be working for that regional organization. I want to know that there's an entity that can audit our own police forces and give them guidance to this. And I want to know, I sleep at night, to know that not only the borders of St. Lucia are being protected, but the borders of all of the CARICOM countries have formed a net around ourselves to keep this scourge out. I want us tonight to accept the truth. This is very difficult for us as political leaders. I accept my share of the blame. We all must accept our share of the blame. The gang are offering our young people a better future than we in our own country are offering. That is a truth. I have young people who come and say to me, Mr. Chastanet, I see how my father has lived in their life. I watch how my grandfather lived his life. I don't want that. I would rather die young and enjoy my life than to live old and be miserable. That's not to take away anything from his father or his grandfather, but we must accept the young people today want more, and they want it now. We cannot tell them no. You remember when you were young? Could somebody tell you no? You thought you had all the ideas and you were ambitious. We must adapt to the reality is that our countries are not fulfilling their promise of keeping young people engaged. We must offer them opportunities that they want. Why is it I cannot be a musician or a filmmaker in Trinidad and become so good at it that I can become international? Is the government providing services and infrastructure for the creative industries? Who does not know that young people are leaving the rural areas to go to the city to get a job? But technology today allows you to build work centers in the rural area that young people can live at home with their family and have a job internationally, making a world-class income. Why are we not providing the technology, the infrastructure, the internet, the training to allow them to get a job overseas and to live at home? I appreciate that household income is how people survive. How is it that some people survive on the salaries that they have? No economist, no accountant can tell you how that happens. The only way it happens, everybody in the household is working, and they share, and the money goes to pay the rent and utilities and put the activity together. But when that household is broken up because young people or a father have to leave where he's living to go to get a job somewhere else, we destroy the family and we destroy their ability to survive in the world today. We must accept that as a region, we lack ambition. UAE knew they were going to run out of oil. They've not run out of oil yet, but they said that and they dared to dream to build an economy that nobody else thought could happen. And they have succeeded. When Trinidad and Tobago does not live up to its expectations, it affects the rest of the Caribbean. When the rest of the Caribbean lives up to its expectations, it affects Trinidad. We have young people that can show us the way. They have the courage. They've shown great talent in sports. They've shown great talent in the creative industries. We must give them opportunities to provide those talents in other sectors of the economy. But the government must take the lead in providing the infrastructure for them to do that. Country, I was very proud of the fact that what we did is we created for the sporting fraternity a sports academy. How did it work? It worked by taking kids who were excelling in sports and putting them in a school that continued to teach them but helped them excel in their sports and compete in the world. How do Lucia has the talent? Just a couple of days ago, a young lady called Julian Alfred came here to Trinidad to participate in a track tournament, and a Jamaican coach saw the talent. She went home at the age of 13, packed her bags, left her mother, and moved to Jamaica. And she just ran the fastest 60 meters in the world ever. You know the that your citizens have had. And sadly, many of them have had to leave our country to be in an environment of competition for their talent to come out. It's time for us to build that competitive environment here for them to succeed. Where does it start? It starts in your communities. How many people are willing to volunteer their time to be a coach in their districts? You are willing to volunteer your time to be referees? Do we have a schedule of events where we know that basketball, football, cricket, swimming, track, that there's a season? That we know on a Friday night the secondary school kids are going to be participating in competitions. On a Saturday our primary school and our secondary school. And on Sundays we know that our seniors are participating, and put a proper structure in place like what they've done in Jamaica for track and field. They are producing winners because to be a successful athlete in Jamaica, your head has to be on. How does that help our young people? There's no way that you can compete in Jamaica at the high school if you want to beat Usain Bolt's record, because that's the goal for every young person. You cannot be drinking, you cannot be smoking, you cannot be out partying at night. Competition creates discipline. Competition shows us that we can succeed on a global level. We must bring that competition into our communities in order to give children and young people an avenue to express themselves at a world-class level. Do we have theater shows in your communities? Do we have a competition for playwrights? Do we have a competition for writing songs? I say to all my Calypsonians, writing a political song about what is taking place in our country means you only have an audience of 1.5 million people. After the Calypso season, they're on to the next year. But if you could write a song like what Sparrow Arrow did, international, your audience becomes global. And we must teach people how to take advantage of that. We must be able to say to our young people, we can offer you a lifestyle where you don't have to be scared of being, that you don't have to be able to kowtow a person. You don't have to be scared to carry around a gun and that somebody is going to get revenge on you. But we can offer you a lifestyle of where you can sell money to enjoy the things that you want to do, and you can help your back to building our nation. Education, our technology platform, infrastructure in the rural areas, and a globally competitive salary. Are we scared to say that? Have we become so ambitious we accept them the way it is, although we see that it's not? We must demand more because our voices of silence has produced the problem that we have. We are losing our young people. That is the fight that we have. They are better equipped and they're offering a better opportunity for people. And it's for us to collectively join forces, recognize that, create a family environment of love. Love is more powerful than money, but they must feel it. Every day, I live it. Every day, it hurts my heart to see the young people that we're losing. Every day, it hurts me to see Caribbean by our own mediocrity. And how quickly we are as individuals to blame other people, or sadly no longer feel put our head down. Gone are the days when you used to walk in the street and you saw somebody begging. Gone are the days that you would be passing by your neighbor. They lost their job. They're on hard times. And are able to help them. Those are things that we can do. But when a come, when that bell has, we must dig deeper in determining who we want to vote for. It is easy to talk. It's easy to make excuses. It's easy to put out propaganda and to divert people's attention from what the real issues are. But you must look past it and not only see a vision that you can believe in, but a vision that there is a chance of it being implemented. You have 5 years to find out that the person was bluffing? Or do you have the example of experiences where persons were in government and things were happening? And we believe the stories. When a person wants to destroy another person's house, deflect the attention on their own house. There is too much at stake. We need leadership of change. Leaders who are not scared to step out of the box. Who are not scared to do things. We need leaders who don't talk about regionalism, but actually act and follow up regionalism. Do not collectively come together and participate. We don't understand what the Constitution is and the rights that you have and the expectations and the demands that you should have as to the rights that have been provided to you. Then who's to blame but yourself? And maybe my country's solution about whether somebody is going to come out and join your voice. Take the lead. Follow your heart. Want better. And the children of people who you don't know, but of citizens of your ought to be your children. And take that responsibility. It's time for us to collectively for change. Crime is a scourge. Unless we change the judicial system where people are going to be held accountable, meaning that crime can't pay. But we can't just offer penalties. We must offer people different alternatives. It's an alternative. And we have that we believe in our country. We believe in contributing to our nation and making a change. We must have confidence in ourselves that we anything in the world that we put our minds to. And we must make sure that we have a government that has the infrastructure and the opportunity for all of us to succeed. I thank you very, very much tonight. I just want to say one more thing. As a leader of the opposition, like your Prime Minister, I decided to offer my government some. We all just came through COVID. That we thought that we could have done during COVID. One of the things in St. Lucia is we created a command center. Doctors, the nurses, everybody sat down every single day, every day, to deal with whatever was confronting us. And whatever That recommendation went straight to Cabinet, for Cabinet to make an immediate decision to adjust. Because COVID pandemic wasn't waiting on anybody. It didn't discriminate against anybody. This was a matter of life and death. Crime has reached that level where government ought to have a command center to deal with crime. There's no easy to replace.
Folks, we do apologize. We having a feed problem out of Trinidad and Tobago. Just bear with us. The stream will be right back.
Tonight, with the people, for the people.
We have the resources, but we are not utilizing it and harnessing it in the right way.
KPB Plus leads the opposition anti-crime tour hall at Swaha Hindu College in Sandy Grande.
The fact that Trinidad that has so much money, we are no scanners boy on the port.
3 of my farmers were held up.
The way they were doing it, we cannot keep addressing it during elections. We cannot address it only during budget periods. We must fight crime every single day, and crime is everybody's in business. We must create more integrity within our police force. So having polygraph tests of all of our police officers, we must be satisfied that they're telling the truth all the time. That's a responsibility they have to all of us. We must make sure that our fishing boats and all of our commercial boats that go out to sea, that they have a GPS, so we know where they're going, who they're in contact with. That's how you protect your borders. You put stringent things in place. Cameras is no longer just acceptable to have a camera. We must have facial recognition. We must be able to have the technology that if we have an APD on anyone, the cameras can detect the person. That is what's going on in the major cities in the world. Why should we be any different? We should have the best systems to provide a safety net for us. We have to accept, as small societies, that people don't want to give information. We don't trust the policemen that when we give them information that they're not going to tell the bad guys. So we have to find an anonymous way for them to get information and to be incentivized to do so. We must resolve the backlog of our courts. We must have more integral judges and hold people accountable. It cannot be a young man with a record who all of a sudden is caught with an illegal firearm, is given bond. It has to be much more serious than that. And we also must make sure that these kids, sometimes who come, not always, but sometimes come from a deprived family, that when they go to jail, that we don't make them lifelong career criminals. How do we do that? By putting young boys in jail with older men. Who becomes their friend? They go to the best university to find out how to be a better criminal. We must create a system that creates a second chance for our young people, that they've made a mistake, but let's put them back on the road to developing our nation. Make sure that by the time they finish, that they have a job, they know how to save money, and they know what it is to be a positive contributor to our country. I thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us stand and give a round of applause on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago for the Honorable Alan Chastanet, Leader of the Opposition of St. Lucia and former Prime Minister. And I'll ask you to keep standing as we welcome the incoming Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the leader who continues to fight for you day after day, night after night. Let us welcome the Leader of the Opposition, the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa, to address you now.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Good evening. I can't hear you. Good evening. It's a great, great evening joining you here in this Swaha College with our very distinguished panel, and I want to thank all of you for making that effort to come up here in the East. Let me thank the young lady out of UWI with a degree, university degree in criminology, who shared her thoughts. Give her a round of applause again. Former principal, thank you for taking the time. He was principal of one of the best schools in TNT and gave us some really grave insights tonight. And of course, our very special guest, the Honorable Mr. Chastanet. Let's thank him again. And in a short time that he spoke and I spoke, just before the meeting here, we shared some thoughts, and I'm very happy he's already mentioned some of those thoughts, that we will work closer together as opposition leaders in the region, of course, to bring a better security and safety to the whole CARICOM region and our own nations. I want to thank you for the suggestion, Honourable former Prime Minister, Mr. Chastanet. And indeed, we have a long road to walk together as we work together to improve the lot in each of our countries. Now, as you know, I'm not going to be very long because this meeting is more to hear you. We made it very, very clear. Mr. Chastanet spoke about education, and that is one of the areas, Honourable Prime Minister, that I was very frontal about, very strong on, seeing education as the only passport out of poverty. Education is the only key to a better quality of life. And it was just on Friday, my colleague MP Anita Haynes in Parliament brought a motion ready to condemn the government for its failures in the area of education. And we have to look at the fight against crime as a holistic one. It is not just about guns, about more police. It's not about just putting more boots on the ground. Yes, it's all about that. But it's also about the holistic fight against the factors that militate against good governance. So that includes education. Honourable Chastanet spoke about education. It includes the economy. It includes the economy for sure. Because if we don't have jobs, what happens? It doesn't mean because a young person doesn't have a job, they automatically become a criminal. But then, when they can't put food on the table for their families, what happens? So we have to have a holistic approach. And all our presenters tonight gave us some further thoughts. I want to ask you now to share your thoughts with us. The whole purpose of these anti-crime talks was to hear from our presenters and from you, each of you. So we'll open the floor. Kievan, are you here? You have the mics? Okay. Kievan and the others will work the floor. There's no need to line up. If you just indicate by a show of hands, we'll have the mics brought to you. So thank you again, and we'll end up and close in a short while. I thank you very much.
Good night, everyone. I have listened to our two previous speakers who spoke on children. And I am just adding a little more to what they have said. And that is, the children of today are not like the children of yesteryear. And these days, those people outside there are having our children. The ages start from young, 13, 12, and go up. And those drug lords, and they are having our children. They are using our children. So what I am appealing to all principals, vice principals, teachers, let's try and bring back the scouts. Let's try and bring back the Girl Guides. Let's try and bring back the brownies. We need to keep our children active. And right now they have too much free time. They have too much free time right now, hence the reason they are being how they are right now. So if there are any principals, school teachers that are here now, and they wish to get help to open the groups, I am willing to help. All for the sake of our children. And if you want my number, I ain't afraid to give that out either. Right? The number is 368-1543. Right? We need to save our children. But we as parents is not making the time for our children. We have to go to work, we have to do this, we have to do that. Who is seeing about your children? Who makes breakfast for them? Who greets them when they come from school? Who helps them with their homework? The parents are not there, they are not getting that parental love. Okay? So, anybody again with my needs help, don't be afraid, call on me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your suggestions. We welcome them and they make a lot of sense. From a mother's mouth also comes from a mother's belly. So let's thank her for sharing her thoughts with us.
Good night, brothers and sisters of Sandy Grande. It's such a pleasure to finally meet you, ma'am. Good night. My name is Miss Candice St. Edwards, and I would like you all to listen to me attentively. I'll try not to be long. So, on Thursday night, on Juve morning, I was standing in Sandy Grande with my son, Jabari. We were enjoying the Juve, and I saw an officer by the name of Lamuel Cortez. I've been calling his name because I saw what he did to my son. And there were other people, neighbors that was around that saw what he did. And it hurt me to see that happened in front of my eyes. So while we were standing there, the officers was in a formation line. And he, Officer Cortez, came out of the line, walked towards my son. Now I was standing there, not close to my son, but away, a little way off. Reason being my being there on Juve morning is because the Thursday before Carnival, somebody sent me a video where they were searching him and they took a picture of him. And the picture part is what boggled my mind. So the Friday morning, I decided to go to the station to speak to an inspector as to find out why harassing him and taking his pictures. Only when I saw the video, he told me that officer always meets him on the street and harass him, embarrass him, tell him all kind of insulting things. Now please, you all listen to me carefully. I want to explain myself because I am so tired. I've been fighting tirelessly to get the attention of the Commissioner of Police, even the Prime Minister, even the Minister of National Security. I've been trying. And I went to them. They said that everybody was in meeting. So I left and I went to Professional Standard of Bureau to lodge my complaint. They sent me back to Sandy Grande. Right? I did that again. And on Juve morning, my son Jabari Francis would have met his fate. While we were standing there, Officer Cortez walked into the direction of my son. And they tell nobody that tell me. I see what Officer Cortez did to my son. He walked straight into him, hit him the tip of his baton in his throat. When I saw that, I ran in the direction. And I said, what is this going on here? What did he do? I didn't hear what my son said to him. But in a quick second, he hit him another batter to his belly. Start pulling in and start beating him on his head. And in a snap, my son was in the ground, surrounded by 15 or more officers being beaten and kicked like a dog on the ground. This is what I saw with my eyes. While I was trying to get in to save my son, I couldn't save him. And I turned to Officer Cortez and I said, that is my son. And I saw what he did. And I will tell everybody what he did. He started cursing me and running me off. So I decided to follow them to the station. I walked alongside them. When I got in the station, they started searching them. The said officer, Lamuel Cortez, he frisked him, took off his cell phone and his wallet. He handed to me with a smirk on his face. They told me I cannot stay in the station. I have to leave and come back after the juve session is finished. And probably after they may let him go. Upon doing so, I didn't leave the station. I tried to talk to every one of the inspector, corporal, sergeant. Now mind you, let me forward back. After they done beat him on the ground and they raised him up and handcuff him, the look on that young man's face, it broke my heart. You know why? It's my son and I couldn't save him. There were other people standing there who saw what Officer Lamuel Cortez did to him. When they rise up and they tell him about it, you know what he did? He beat them and locked them up too. He hauled everybody to the station. When I saw them search my son, only a cell phone and a wallet. When I came back, he was charged for resisting arrest and having a knife. The other two young men were charged for resisting arrest and something else. And you know what hurts me? Although he was beaten, he was denied the right to go to the hospital. Right? I saw when they searched him, all of a sudden, a knife just appeared. You understand, man? And this officer, when I decided, I went up, I went down looking for help. I decided to make a video and put it on social media because I didn't know much about the TikTok. Somebody showed me how to do it. This Saturday afternoon, a squad car pulled up in front of my house, introducing themselves, saying that they are from the Sandy Grande police station, and the inspector sent them to my house in relation to a video that I posted. So, I put them in their place because I tried since before the Thursday, the Friday, I tried to talk to them because I tell myself something was coming. And it's only then my son started opening up to me and telling me, Mommy, every time this officer see me, he always interfering with me, telling me all kind of degrading things. Now, mind you, this is not the first time. The first time, there was an officer by the name of, forgive me if I'm long, I just want to get my story out because I've been fighting.
Candace, I can hear your pain. I can feel your pain. And we will look into this matter. We can't take your whole story tonight.
I'm not going to give.
Where is the boy now? Where's your son?
He went to work because he has to work to help pay a lawyer.
Have they charged him?
They charged him, yes.
With an offense. So we'll take your number and
Yes.
we'll get our lawyers on to see if we can help you. Further, I will have to serve. I will have to serve a disclaimer.
Yes, I understand.
In the allegations that you're making, I do not and we do not take ownership of the allegations. I want to make it clear, so it will be investigated. And we'll get a lawyer to see how best to help your son.
Thank you
So
very much.
God bless you. God bless you.
Pleasant good night, everybody. Pleasant good night. My name is Asha Cabrera. I'm a 19-year-old from Guaguayari. Anybody know which part Guaguayari is? All right, far, real far. But I am an entrepreneur. Now, I do work on regular 8 to 5, but I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a photographer, I'm a spoken word performer, and I am a videographer. And recently, one of the issues that has been heavy on my heart is that because my parents are not able to afford the luxury resources that I probably need to be an efficient worker, I have to do things like travel. Now, if you call me to shoot in Grandy, I have to get up from Guaguari and travel. Now, I don't have a problem with that. But the thing is, with the rising crime rate in this country now, I am not just risking passage or sacrificing time. I have to choose my life versus financial stability. And that should never, never, ever be an option for young people who are trying. Because you might watch and you might say, Palm son, sit down there and here doing nothing. But it is hard to find encouragement when you have to sacrifice your life for betterment for you and your family. Thank you.
Good night, everyone. I just want to make two statements here. And in reference to crime, we all hear crime, and when we look at crime, we think gun, think knife, burglary. There are all kind of different types of crime. There's corporate crime. There are white-collar crime within Trinidad and Tobago. And when society on a whole is being affected by that, it's a ripple effect that trickles down to the common man. I hope you guys are understanding what I'm saying. The present government right now is committing one of the most heinous corporate crimes within Trinidad and Tobago by denying we, the common people, the basic necessities for even water. When we don't have water, we can't send we children to school. When we children not in school, they are influenced on the block. They are influenced sideline. I should say openly, I endorse the political leader, the new and the upcoming Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, to take grip of these corporate entities, because corporate entities also has an influence within the underworld itself. Well, listen what I'm saying. Everything comes and works in hand, and it's a ripple effect. But a butterfly flapping his wings here could affect a tsunami in Taiwan. That is how serious it is. And here is the ripple effect I am asking each of one of you here tonight. Give yourself accountability. Look to the person next to one of you and say that we want to make a change. Just how the political leader want to make a change for Trinidad and Tobago. And I say the ripple effect is so, it's such a welcoming thing. Just as how the political leader here is reaching out and going from pillar to post. And the ripple effect even went extended to the PEP by coming forth to join the fight and working to move this heinous government out of government to make the better lives and the common necessities. Because when the very fabric of our society is damaged, we cannot look back to the glory days or when our former Prime Minister was there to say, hey, it was good. We want that back, people. Crime, it will affect each and every one. And when it reaches in your household, then we will look at one another and say, what we did. We have the opportunity here now to voice our opinions, give the political leader ideas. Let she take the battle and run with it. Let she go to the United Nations and say, as common man from Sandy Grande, give me this idea. And now it's being treated in a way that it's beneficial to everyone. And I say in here tonight, I endorse the political leader. Moving forward in 2025, you have my utmost support. Mayaro people, you have her support, and we will go from pillar to post to ensure that you return back into government and bring back the glory days and the less heinous crime corporately and domestically within Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you. Everyone, thank you.
Thank you so much, son, for that very impassioned plea that you're making. I hope you're heeding the calls. We have to unite. We have to work together. Last Monday, I called for all parties who wish to work with us to unite against the present government, to bring back good governance to TNT, to rescue TNT. And since then, several have reached out to say, yes, we endorse the UNC, we will work. So let's thank them for all those who are reaching out, because it's together, united, we will win this thing. Go ahead, son. Thank you.
Honorable Leader, specially invited guests, and everyone, good night. My name is Shari Allen, and I am a resident of Northeastern Settlement in Sangre Grande. I am here tonight to speak on some of the residents who are currently living in fear. We can all agree that crime is currently out of control. I would like to plead to the Commissioner of Police to weed out the rogue elements within the police service at the Sangre Grande Police Station. Too often, SRP Lemuel Cortez is abusing his power by threatening to arrest us and goes as far as threatening to kill us. Over the years, we would have made several written complaints to the Police Complaint Authority and the Professional Standards Bureau. However, we are still awaiting feedback, but this officer continues to terrorize us. The vision of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is to make our country a safe place, but even in our homes, we do not feel safe. There's a lot of skilled persons in my community, and I believe that emphasis should be placed on employment as we try to eradicate poverty. We envision a partnership with the police service as we strive to achieve safety and security throughout our community. I graduated with a master's in business administration from the University of Bedfordshire in London. I can easily get a job, but what about those who are constantly being harassed, constantly going before the court and stuff, and they are unable to get employment? I think that we should try to eradicate poverty and try to get this work and employment for these skilled persons. Thank you.
A pleasant good night to everyone. My name is David John. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, when I look at the head table behind those that are seated, I see there is a statement, crime affects everyone. If you take your time and you observe what is happening in Sangre Grande, you will realize that the criminals has gone to a different level. They have gone to a level, what I will term entrepreneurial taxation. People on the stretch coming up to Sangre Grande that looking to be entrepreneurs of their own, running small business. What is happening now is that they are forced to close their business because the criminals want to tax them high taxation. If this is not a different level of crime, then tell me what it is. There is a young lady, I had missed her. She opened her business on the stretch. I missed her a while, and then I see she reopened. So, you know, I was her regular customer. Last week, I saw on her shed a notice, the shed is up for rent. She closed it down again. And this is what is happening. Now, we have to be very careful. If this thing is not nipped in the bud, people will not be able to run small business. And this is serious. But I don't want to be long. But I just want to touch one serious point before I close. More than 2 decades ago, it could have been 2.5 decades ago, or a little more. The last person that was hung in Trinidad and Tobago was a guy by the name of Anthony Briggs, just from Pinto in Arima. He was the last person that was hung. The criminals are being so emboldened now that they know that there is little or no consequence for their actions. And therefore, The citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, I am positive, I could talk for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. They want to hear a national conversation on capital punishment and the death penalty. Madam Prime Minister, in the waiting or soon to come, I will want you to take this very serious, that when you get into office, please put on the agenda a national conversation for capital punishment and the death penalty. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much for your contribution. And before the next speaker, can I just share and remind you, when we were in government, 2010, 2015, we had put out a piece of legislation. Some of you remember, Dr. Mulina is here, we marked those in the cabinet, several of you are here. And in that legislation, we had said, let us categorize murders so that then you will be able to inflict the death penalty, the capital punishment, on the most heinous crimes. So we did have that on the books, and it's something we can look at again. Should you put us back into office, we have a plan to deal with that issue. So thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
Pleasant good evening to the opposition leader, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media. My name is Bonifacio Villalba and I live at Valencia. Valencia have had approximately 16 murders in recent times. More so, one that struck me or reached home to me is a young man who died. He was shot 6 times at the playing field in KP Lands, which we know is La Plata Circular. And that young man attended the same church that I attended. And I had to do that funeral, so it hurt me so bad, I was almost brought to tears. And this is the seriousness that is happening in Valencia. Murders are taking place by the market. Murders are taking place in KP Lands. Murders are taking place in Eamon Lane. Murders are taking place in Benny Road. Recently, and I want to endorse Mr. David John's statement, that young lady who had to close up, and not just her, there were 2 others had to close up because of extortion. They had to because why? Fear for their lives. And again, I want to say thanks to the opposition leader for inviting smaller parties to come to the fore. Let us talk so that we can have a government of national unity. That is the only way we could unseat the PNM. If not, we're going to have to take another 5 years of pressure and stress. We don't want that anymore. We have had enough of that. Enough is enough. It's time that we live better in Trinidad and Tobago because we are citizenry. And in closing, there are more than 75,000 squatters in Trinidad and Tobago. And if the government are serious about revenues, why not regularize these squatters? Have them pay for the lands via TTMF. You can have additional revenues. Not just in having them pay for the houses, but what about electricity? What about water? Wassa is in a state and they need revenue. And taxation, as we know, that this government has done is not the way out because we have so many resources in this country and yet for all, we catching the tail. Thank you.
A pleasant good night to each and every one of you. Anthony S.D. Harper, Group Scout Leader of the 4th Shogunah South Secondary Scout Troop. And what the first speaker said, she's talking about Scouts. I am a Scout Leader. Since the 16th of September 1973, I have been a Scout Leader. I have been in this community for the past 50 years. And I want to say something here tonight. I am sick and fed up of crime in this country. Every day you pick up the papers, you see murderers are getting away. Coming out, suing the state. What is happening to this society today? Has the justice system fallen down? Fall asleep, that's good. No problem. Is the AG lying? Is the AG sleeping? What is going on today? Ask yourself a question. When I see these things, I just cringe. But I will say to you tonight, we have to start emptying that death row. And with this lady, as the next Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, we will make sure that happens. With God, all things are possible. Look it right here. Trinidad and Tobago stand firm. Our day will come very soon when Kamla Pasal be set up and the UNC will be back in power. With God, all things are possible. And with God in this country and Kamla Pasal leading us again as Prime Minister, it will be possible. I thank you.
Let me say a special word of thanks. Mr. Harper, stalwart with us. Give him a round of applause. Thank you for your words. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I must say congratulations to Mr. Chastanet. That name is a familiar name since the days of Wisco. Glad to hear you in this platform. And your efforts are well received. Citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, especially Sani Gandhi, why we are here? You understand? Ask the question why we are here? It's because we did not take a firm stand when we neighbor keep the foul and we didn't report him. That is where we have to start. And if we cannot start right next door, it is no use going up for Prime Minister or the opposition or leader. Mr. Gopi Singh, good afternoon. You should teach people, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill. But what happened in the national market? Those who passed the legislation and says that we shall not hang people, Mr. Mark. What we should have put them and feed them? We don't want to feed them. If you do the time, good the time, take the time. We don't fight the fire. You had to fight fire with fire. Otherwise, American state would not be burning down if they had protection. They don't have protection. So when they get fire, they take fire. So now, we have crime and crime. We have to fight it. Future Prime Minister, someone said before that you're going to change the penalties. I say, if you catch them in the dark, fight them and shoot them with bullets. What I mean, when you commit a crime, don't ask them why you committed. You commit a crime, take the firing squad or take it. No, I have a nice program, you know. Those who in jail lock up and they like shooting, each one of them gun. You shoot that one, all right, if you want to, what do you call it? The Western thing, gun down. Use a criminal, they like to shoot, come. The better man kill. When they did it, once law, no excuse for nothing. You commit a crime, take it down. Mr. Chastanet, glad to see you after so long and hearing your name. Good night, everybody. We want to get rid of them. Right.
Pleasant evening, most honorable leader of the opposition, Kamla Pasal, members of the panel, members of the soon-to-be formed government, brothers, sisters, ladies and gentlemen. I have listened to the first speaker and her presentation on single mothers, single women, and domestic violence and all that she has said. I've listened to you.
Keep the mic close, please.
Thank you. I've listened to you, sir, on your detailed, different acts of crime in the country and the risk factors that contribute to crime. Sir, I've listened to your presentation and all the recommendations that you have made. However, have we ever heard the saying, monkey see, monkey do? Monkey see, monkey do. And a long time ago, there was a Calypsonian by the name of Merchant who said, he spoke about Betty Lou and Sam. And the statement was, what they see the parents do how do we expect these children to grow up? Rashoti said, what we feed our minds with would form the characteristics of an individual and shape the path that they would walk tomorrow. So, with this in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we know that we have the internet, the social media, with a lot of false or fake influencers who influence our young people today into desiring a violent solution to simple situations. Now the criminals prey on that. They use the internet, they use these influential activities or social or platforms in order to draw our children into them. We have a lot of reforms. We have a lot of different big things that we have already discussed as to policing. However, we have to change the diet that is fed to the minds of our children today. That diet, which is a negative influence, has to be changed. We have to feed them a diet with one that is of moral and ethical principles. I have a program that was introduced to the then government 22 years ago, and nothing was done. It has been in the curriculum department at Rudranath Kapil Dev Learning Institute for almost 10 years now, and nothing has been done. This is a comprehensive program that begins with the pre-kindergarten. It goes to primary level, secondary level, tertiary level. There's a business program, a parenting program, and a stock recidivism program for the inmates that are there present. I am saying, if this program was implemented 10 years ago, we would not be here this evening looking for crime solution. If we are serious about solving crime, then we need to re-educate our children, our families, with moral, ethical principles. Madam Leader of the Opposition, I would like to present you with an overview of this program. Mr. Sarikam, I would like to present you with an overview of this program, and let us take a general, holistic approach to solving crime. Thank you for the opportunity.
Pleasant good night. Good night to the opposition and everybody here. Pleasant good evening. So my name is Kimberly Sabga, and I am the founder and president of the Connect 88 Foundation. Now, before going into what I want to say, I want to tell you a story, short and sweet. In 2022, I left my home to go and get some ice cream. I was followed. Some gunmen, jump out the vehicle, block my car, held me at gunpoint, assaulted me, and attempted to kidnap me. Right? Now, because of my history in the military, knowing a little basic self-defense, I was able to defend myself and get away to be able to tell the story, right? Now, I use a knife to defend myself. What I really wanted was a firearm, right? Because now, with how the crime situation is, these people who are attacking you, coming into your homes and all these things, they come in with high-powered rifles. So you with a little knife in your hand can't really do nothing, right? So I'd like to touch on, maybe giving us access to firearms. We'll get on if you are making the process a bit easier, all right? According to the opposition, I mean, if I had a firearm, I would have loaded up the Matic, cock it back, and empty all of them. Right? Okay, so getting to the point. So, I have a membership of over 100,000 members within my organization. And since this come and happen, I decided that I want to implement a program called the Blackout Program. right? Which means that we have 100,000 people on the ground to assist with the crime situation where information is concerned. All right, they remain anonymous, but we are partnering with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to assist with the crime situation. Right? Now we have people with a history of military training, people well trained, equipped, they have a history of that type of training. So it's not now coming to work with nobody. Right? We also provide free basic self-defense classes for the ladies. Of course, you're leaving your home 5 o'clock in the evening, late in the night to go home and all these things. You have to know how to defend yourself. It is a necessity, right? So my question is that I would have submitted a proposal to get some sort of assistance to bring this project to life. Because as I said, I can contribute 100,000 people on the ground to assist with crime. Right? Now, we don't know if everybody here law-abiding, so we don't want to really go into details as to how we are going to contribute our resources. All right? So that is for the police. So I would like to get some sort of assistance where bringing this program to life is concerned. So to start, we need a building to operate from. We don't need nothing else. We have a membership coming in. We could utilize our resources to pay our team, pay for uniform, pay for salary. All we need is a building to operate from. So for example, some of the things we will be assisting with, search and rescue operations. A lot of people going missing in the country because nobody talks about human trafficking or organ harvesting and all these things in the country while they're going missing, right? So we want to utilize the resources that we have, use the platforms through social media, content creators, when somebody go missing, use jerseys, come out, go into different areas and so on, partner with hunters, search and rescue, and so on, because I'm sure if your child go missing, you will want us to do whatever we can to bring them home. So all I'm asking, because I would have already submitted a proposal, what is the procedure to get a building to operate from? We will do the rest. We already sent letters to the Minister of National Security, the Commissioner of Police, Office of the Prime Minister, and the opposition, just to name a few. So that's it for me tonight. Yes, yes.
Okay, well, thank you all very much. As we bring this meeting to a close, I just want to remind you, we have recorded all the contributions in all the crime talks. Then we have a team working together to put everything people have been suggesting to us. So we don't just come here and talk in an anti-crime talk. We have a team that compiles everything, compile all the suggestions and solutions, which will help us in writing our manifesto to rescue Trinidad and Tobago. So thank you very much for your contributions. I ask of you, please go home safely. God bless you. God bless your families. We shall meet again. Our next Monday night meeting report is Monday the 11th. Monday the 11th in Point of Pear Community Center, UNC Monday night report. And then Monday the 18th, venue to be determined.
All right, my people, greetings, and welcome to Caribbean American News Network. You were in tune to a town hall meeting, an anti-town hall meeting there in Trinidad and Tobago. The guest speaker there was the Honorable Alan Chastanet, opposition leader of St. Lucia. So again, folks, it was nice being here with you. We're going to continue the program. We have a lot scheduled for tonight. For those of you who have stuff to do, you can do it while you stay here with us on the platform. There's a whole lot of stuff going on, and we want you to be informed about this happening. Let's just dissect what we just heard there just for a few minutes. Let's just go through it. Folks, there's so much. I took a lot of notes tonight, and I got excited for the region where we have opposition leaders coming together, forgetting about the government really, because the government, they're selfish, they're full of themselves, they do not want to take advice, and so the opposition leaders are coming together and they're going to make it happen. They're making it happen. They're governing from the outside, basically. In some countries like St. Lucia, you have lip service, you have games being played with the lives of people. But here we have the opposition leaders coming together, joining forces in order to find solutions. You realize that they were not giving each other mepui, they were not giving the government mepui, there were no distractions really. It was a flawless, as far as I'm concerned, meeting tonight. And this is a trendsetter, and I hope and I pray, and I'm going to have a conversation with some of the folks there in the United Workers' Party. We want to see some of these events in St. Lucia. We want to see some of these events in the diaspora. I'm going to champion one of these town hall meetings in New York, and I'm going to link all the other diaspora groups from around the world into that town hall meeting. I'm going to call St. Lucians in New York to come together and let's have a town hall meeting, bring professionals in from the NYPD, from the FBI, from different agencies. Let's bring them in. Let's get to work, St. Lucia. If we don't do it, we can see for ourselves that our governments are giving us lip service. And when you speak, you have a whole set of childish about your panty, your daughter, your wife, your all kind of crazy talk in the place, and no real substance, nothing to really help in crime fighting. I heard a lot of garbage for the past few months, garbage alone, and so I am energized. The truth is, and my God, Mr. Chastanet, I am even more proud of you as a leader, sir. My God, good God from Zion, Mr. Chastanet, you. St. Lucians, did you hear the opposition leader of St. Lucia in Trinidad and Tobago? Did you see how he was well received by the citizens there? Did you hear this leader? No wonder people are going at him and they're trying to distract with all kind of nastiness. Brethren, we have a leader among us. We have a bright and a smart leader among us. Even the opposition leader in Carmela, there in Trinidad, this woman is another powerhouse. That's a strong woman right there. That's a bold woman, a fearless woman. St. Lucia, wake up. UWP, wake up. I am so happy tonight. This town hall meeting, I am happy that I was able to come on early and stream this live broadcast out of Trinidad and Tobago. To show you St. Lucians, how we got to come together to fight this crime pandemic in the country. We can no longer sit by and wait for the government. Our governments are a waste of time. They are busy securing their victories and protecting their victories while we are losing our loved one. Folks, I want you under this live, all those of you under the live, to, if you can spell Mr. Chastanet's name, what is the first name or last name, I want you to show your full support by typing his name under the platform. Type it under the platform. Show him some love tonight. I am I am out of words for what I heard. I sat there and I was like, I couldn't even breathe. I was just like, I just had a moment. And a moment that St. Lucia is longing for, when the leaders can stand up and speak boldly and speak without mépris and speak without petty gains to deal with the crime pandemic. St. Lucians, you have a leader among you. St. Lucia, you have a leader among you. And the Caribbean nations, the region, they are using him. I have heard his name in other countries too. They are using the Honorable Alan Chastanet. My friends, I am saying to you, you do not understand what I'm saying to you, friends. There are certain things I cannot even say to you publicly because I signed on to certain things. But I am saying, friends, you have a man among you. And all I am asking you, St. Lucia, is to give him another chance. Give him another chance. He have learned, he have grown. He was not perfect, but he have grown, he have learned. He have also learned how to navigate through snakes, alligators, monsters, and demons. St. Lucia, according to one of the guys, I have Chris Matthew back in the time during Obama. I have a thrill going down my legs. Cheers. My God. My God, my God, my God. Brethren, we had a moment tonight. We had a moment tonight, and I can see all the love that is being sent out there to the Honorable Alan Chastanet. I am proud. I am proud to have him, Mr. Alan Chastanet, as my visionary leader. Proud. If my stepfather were alive today, he too would be proud of Mr. Chastanet. And he would be proud of me. Trust me, I am telling you. My stepfather, they were Che Flabon in Dennery. As a matter of fact, I was reminded today by a gentleman who called me and he said, remember your stepfather, his mother, his family are the ones who brought in John Compton into Dennery, introduced Compton into Dennery. John Compton used to go at his house, at their homes. That's where he used to be. He reminded me that your stepfather, his mother, they are the ones, they were the real deep flabos. So I know that he would have been proud if he was here. And I am proud that I have not strayed. I am proud to have Mr. Chastanet, the Honorable Alan Chastanet, as my leader of this United Workers' Party. And so, folks, I am waiting. The program was live, so I don't have it recorded. It's live, so I will have to go back to pull it out. So those of you who are asking for me to play it again, it is going to distort the system because it was a live event. It was actually live coming out of Trinidad and Tobago. All right, so we got to wait until they upload it back or when it shows up as available on their platform. All right, but congratulations to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. There is hope in the region. There is hope in the region. We have good leaders out there. One thing I looked at with Mr. Chastanet's address to the people of Trinidad, he did not go after the government. He did not meddle, interfere in the people's internal affairs. He spoke on the issue that he was invited to speak on. He was respectful to the citizens of the country. He was respectful to the sitting government. He was respectful, and Mr. Chastanet is now what I would call a seasoned now politician. This young guy in Grenada, he's not seasoned. He's just learning, and I'm sure he'll get there at some point. But right now, he's not there. This man did justice. And no Trinidadian can cuss him out and say, you come in our country and you're talking bad of our government and blah, blah, blah. No Trinidadian can accuse Mr. Chastanet. No Trinidadian can accuse the United Workers' Party of coming in the country and disrespecting their people. No way. And this is the leadership that we need in the region. This is a moment in time that I am proud. And you see, I have my little flag. You see, I have my little flag there. I am proud. I am proud of Uncle Shas. Uncle Shas, I'm proud of you. You make me proud tonight. Yes, man. If I ever had any doubt about you, you wipe it away. I ain't saying you're perfect, huh? I ain't saying you're going to make mistakes. But you won my heart tonight. Yes, I'm in love all over again. Yes, you won my heart, sir. You won my heart. So let's go over back to Trinidad. So Mr. Chastanet called on the citizens to take the lead. He called on the citizens to take the lead. And we saw the response of the people. We saw the young lady. That was a moving moment. The young lady said that she almost got kidnapped and she defended herself because of her experience in the military. And she has an organization. All she needs is a building. There are a lot of people in the country. All they need is the resources. They have the skills. They can help in crime fighting. They can help with a lot of stuff in the country. So governments got to. The young lady, I was proud of the town hall meeting. Brethren, I can almost guarantee you that the United Workers' Party, and listen to me carefully, and I've already said to you that I am not an official organ of the United Workers' Party. But guess what? If you cut my blood, you're going to find two things. You're going to find Jesus, and you're going to find United Workers' Party. You hear me? Good. So, 1 year, while I was in St. Lucia, 1 year, when my stepfather was alive, I worked with the branch in Dennery, the constituency branch. I think it was Damian Greaves they were going up against. And, you know, we were on the high street at the headquarters waiting for the results. And I did not register to vote, and I didn't vote. But I worked. I worked. We stayed that night. We were disappointed after everybody went home. And then I was home, and my stepfather asked me if I voted. Brethren, because, he was a stunt. He was the papa flabo denry. Ek moment double when you see no me say you with him say the back I tell my guys so me say fashion would do it. Why that shit listen to me ever since I say you see me I ain't played. He ain't going to hunt me this time. Let him rest in peace. I ain't voting, and I will encourage you folks to get involved. But I'm just saying, friends, this is not an official organ of the party. The party can't be held responsible for anything on this program. I can be, not the party. I have the logo of the party is not here. When I have official like the diaspora business, then the logo comes on, and I'm even much more careful in what I say on the platform, because if I love the party, and if I'm committed to the United Workers' Party, then I would want the party to look good at all times. So therefore, I'll be very cautious in what I do. I'll be very mindful. I will think about the party and not myself. You know, some of us can be very selfish and self-centered. It's all about us. For me, I want to think of the thousands of United Workers' Party supporters around the country and in the diaspora that I might affect. And not only that, St. Lucia on a whole. Because if I become a stumbling block, in the path of victory for the United Workers' Party, then I'm affecting people, the lives of people, road condition, health, our security, our national security, taxes. I can complicate a whole lot of stuff. And that's why, friends, I'm very mindful of what I do on this platform. All the viewers here are United Workers' Party strong. Everyone. And even though sometimes I feel like I'm singing to the choir, they are also independent. I know their SLP. I know that there are a lot of other people. I look at the numbers. I see some of the response, the texts and private messages that are confidential, that I don't speak and I should not speak to you about. But I know who is out there watching. I know the influence. And I know international agencies that are watching also. I know leaders of nations that are watching this broadcast. And I'll Nike parle Creole because yon kriye mwen. A leader nation kriye mwen hodia. And that's all I will tell you. So I know the influence of this platform. And therefore I have to deport myself in a certain way, understanding that it is not all about me. It is all about us. And if I think about us, then I would do nothing, friends, to hurt my party. And even though I have to bite my tongue and hold my breath and beat the wall, then I must do that. But I must be mindful, and my encouragement to the supporters, let us think about the thousands. And we are over 40,000 strong, believe it or not. Let's think about them. Let's think about poor families, the less fortunate. Let's think about those people and deport ourselves accordingly in the public. I am even more committed tonight to keep the peace and maintain the peace. I am even more committed to making my party look attractive. I am even more committed to make this party look like a decent party that young people can come in and Christians can join and non-Christians can join. And I've even more committed to making this platform a place where everybody is welcome, even the child can sit, because the child know there will be no cursing, there will be no insults, there will be no nastiness. This is a family-friendly platform. And I am even more proud tonight to say to you that you should never be afraid to invite your children to sit with you under the platform. Because I will do my best to keep it a safe space for all. For all. And anyone who comes to curse or to do anything, I will block. Because we have to protect our party. All right? So I just wanted to say all that, but we have a lot to discuss, my friends, a whole lot to discuss. I'm going to open the phone lines as soon as I finish the introduction. So Mr. Chastanet over in Trinidad, our leader that we are proud of even more after tonight, and we are more excited to have town hall meetings on crime, anti-crime town hall meetings around the country and in the diaspora. I'm willing to charter. I am willing to lead the charge here in the United States on crime summits. We have a professional coming in tomorrow night. That's Dr. Powell. I spoke to him today, and we should have had another meeting tonight, but because I was monitoring the set, I did not call him back. But Dr. Powell is a national security advisor, was born here in the United States in Washington, and is an advisor, national security advisor to the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, and will be on tomorrow night on our platform. So we're going to continue the momentum. We're going to lead the charge. We can no longer sit by and wait for our governments to stop playing their games. We as citizens got to take the lead. And that's one thing I documented coming out of the Honorable Alan Chastanet's presentation over in Trinidad. He says, we got to take the lead. We must take the lead to help to create safer environments, a safer space for ourselves, our children, our families, our visitors. We are also responsible for the safety of our visitors, because when one American gets killed or some other citizen from another state gets killed in our country, then that is a lot of headache, St. Lucia. It is a lot of headache for the country. And so we must ensure that there are safe spaces in our nation, that people should not be told, don't go out after 9, don't go out after 7, don't go out with your ring, don't go out with your phone, don't go out with your bag. That's not what you need in your nation. You need people to be able to walk, like I would walk 11 o'clock here in the United States without any fear. I'm not saying up here is perfect, but I know what I know. You understand what I'm saying? And I feel very safe when I leave my house, and when I come back in, when I go to bed, I feel safe. And if you St. Lucians are not feeling safe in your country, then I'm saying to you, we have a major problem. Major problem. So, Shasta said, take the lead. We need more anti-crime town hall meeting in the region, in St. Lucia, in the diaspora. I'm going to push for it as much as I can. It means that for some of these anti-town hall meetings, some of you will have to sponsor them. Some of you will have to get involved. It's not enough to talk and to curse and to give mepui and to just beat your mouth, but we have to get involved with our means, our efforts, our ideas. Yes, the Honorable Alan Chastanet says, take the lead. Take the lead. Trinidad has a crime issue when it comes to kidnapping and murder. It's bad. But if we come together and take the lead, because the prime ministers, the governments, the ruling governments have locked out the opposition leaders. They tell them, you lose, we win. That's what they tell you. We lose, you win. We win, you lose. That's how it goes. All right? So we must know the truth, he says. We must know the truth. Alan Chastanet, we must know the truth. All right? And as I said to you, that Kamela is a strong leader there in the country. Strong leader there in Trinidad and Tobago, my friends. We want to say congratulations to St. Lucia with the World 60-meter championship that just passed us. Julie and Alfred made the country proud. Yes, my friends, we have a proud record now. But please remember that our people are still not feeling safe in the country. Yes, we are proud of this achievement. but we need to be safe in our country. We can have all the achievements in the world. If our people are not safe, my friends, there is not much joy in our hearts. We cannot celebrate effectively because our people, some are preparing to bury their deads. But I say congratulations to St. Lucia. One, on the achievement of Miss Alfred. And congratulations, St. Lucia, you have produced a good opposition leader in the person of Alan Chastanet. That too should be celebrated tonight. And not only by the Flobos, by all St. Lucians. He's yours. He's one of you. He's a citizen of your country. He's your countryman. Celebrate him. Other countries are celebrating him. Don't be a hypocrite celebrating what you want. Celebrate all good accomplishments by your people. Tonight, he represented St. Lucia well in Trinidad. And I know when he becomes Prime Minister, he will represent the country even better on the world stage. There is absolutely no doubt about it, St. Lucia. Absolutely no doubt about it. St. Lucia, today something happened, and I told you to watch this space. Something happened in our government today. I told you guys to watch the space because something was going to happen this week. One can only guess. The opposition leader stood up, challenged the government on the appointment of Norbert to supervise a department while he was still the Deputy Speaker of the House. That should not have happened. No Prime Minister should have told the Deputy Speaker that he's a supervisor of any department in the country. It's against the Constitution of the country, period. And one of my problems is that many of you don't know what the Constitution is. You have never seen it. You don't know what is a Constitution. You really don't. You don't. And so your rights sometimes are being violated, or blatant disrespect to the Constitution, violation of the Constitution happens right before your eyes. You don't see it because you don't know it. You're right, you don't know it. You have never seen it. You have never really spent time looking for the Constitution of the country. And while it's available to all, free of charge, go online and look for the Constitution of the country. Spend some time reading instead of reading gossip. People business who have child with this one, and how is that your problem, St. Lucia? How is that your problem? Most solutions, a lot of solutions have some child somewhere, everything else, and blah blah blah. How is that our problem? Get a constitution, a copy of the Constitution. Educate yourself. The best citizenry that one can find is a country or a group of people, a citizenry, that know their rights. The worst citizenry for any prime minister to lead or king is one who is educated. They know their rights. They become headaches for government. Governments are very careful in what they do. But in St. Lucia, everybody knows that you don't know anything about constitution and rights and how a government function, because they say to you, Alan Chastanet steal money, and you say, yeah, it's true. But you don't understand. If you understand how the government function, you would say, hold a minute, sir. What do you mean Alan Chastanet stole money? What do you mean by that? How is that possible? You see, you can only talk like that if you understand the function of government, the machinery of government, how it functions. So yeah, a lot of people, you call it ignorance, lack of information, walk around. Guy and Alan Chastanet stole all the money. So they stole all the money and there is no more left because Alan Chastanet and Guy Joseph have all the money sitting somewhere. because the people are ignorant, and I say ignorant again, lack of information, then, St. Lucians like to repeat things. I realize that. And I experienced it for myself. They start to repeat things until they find out the truth, and sometimes they have already done you a lot of harm, and then they figure out that, it was not right. But we like to repeat things like parrots. But when it comes to searching, and you don't have to be so smart, to search. If you can go on your phone and find the number in your contact to gossip about someone, your neighbor, your friend on the job, if you can do that, if you can find that number in your contact to gossip, you can find Mr. Google and ask Mr. Google to pull up your constitution for you. You can even talk to Mr. Google. You can say, Mr. Google, the Constitution of St. Lucia. And Mr. Google will give it to you. So there is no reason why any St. Lucian should be in darkness at this point. There is no reason why St. Lucians should be ignorant at this time. No reason at all. This is an era of light, enlightenment. Everybody has a smartphone. But everybody wants to remain in ignorance because they feel much comfortable in that zone. And so a government will say to you, this one volley, and you just say it, Chastanet volley, you have all the money at his house. How is that possible? For that to happen, you have to blame a host of the people you got to pull down, Permanent secretaries, this one and that one, a host of the people got to go. So we got to be careful, friends. We got to get a copy of the Constitution and read it. I am saying, based on what I read, that the Prime Minister of St. Lucia had no right. He was out of order because he was not operating the St. Lucia Labour Party machine. He was operating the government of St. Lucia because he is the head of that government machine. And for him to say to the public that Jeremiah is overseeing, is supervising a department, the Constitution does not permit him to do that. That's blatant disregard for the Constitution. There is no excuse for it. And then to correct it, the opposition leader stood up. And he did it so that he can have them to question themselves, to look back at the Constitution. And they still resisted. And did you know what these fellas They told the man, when Mr. Chastanet brought it up, the opposition started saying, well, this is not right. They tried to cuss him and to, how spoiled kids do, they throw a tantrum and they start pelting things and cussing you off. Your food ain't her taste. You're ugly. Your mother, your daughter, your wife. And I knew, I watched them. I knew that after these spoiled children in the house did all their noise, that they had to go back to the Constitution. Because I went and I read the Constitution. I have it right here with me. I knew they had to go back to the Constitution. So a call was made, or a conversation was initiated to Mr. Jeremiah, asking him to resign so that he can take up this other office. Because that is what the Constitution says. You cannot be deputy speaker or speaker, or you cannot be a minister and hold the office of the deputy speaker or the speaker. You just can't. It's against the Constitution of the country. You should not even think about it. And you cannot even switch to say, well, you will just supervise or look over. There is no such role in government as just look over. just look over and supervise means that you are the minister, because the Constitution made provisions for that. The Constitution made that call, who can be a minister and who cannot be a minister, who can be a speaker and who cannot be a speaker. But we have for so long messed and trampled on the Constitution of the country, and we get away with it for years. We have gotten away with our disrespect to the Constitution, that we just continue because we're accustomed of doing it, so, but the Constitution don't say it. It's like some Adventists who do a lot of stuff, and when you, they do a lot of things, and then when you challenge them biblically with the Bible, I'm not saying the Adventists, when you challenge them, they say, no, is it in the Bible? Show me. A lot of religious people do that too, different religion. They say a lot of things, and when you challenge them, what did the Bible say? Hey, all hell break loose. They tell you go to hell, but they can't show you sometimes. Our governments are the same. Challenge them. And so, today, after the brother resigning from his position, Prime Minister told us in a press release that Mr. Norbert would assume the responsibility of Dr. Virginia. So all of us, all the media, everybody is saying, okay, sometime this week, Norbert is going to be the Minister of Home Affairs and all the other affairs in the country. He would take over the portfolio from her. That is what the press release was. When we logged in this morning, we are hearing ministries that we never knew of. Ministries that does not exist in the country. Yes, it was not in existence yesterday. And the citizens logged in for the event. There are those who are happy and were bursting in tears because Jeremiah is about, a young man is about to be given a ministry, a very big ministry. This man would be responsible for the fire, the police, and everything else. And then we heard this portfolio of Ministry of Disability and Ministry of Crime Prevention. And I'm like sitting there, I'm like, what do you mean Ministry of Disability, Ministry of Crime Prevention? Where is that coming from? What is that? Without any explanation. Disrespectful to the citizenry of the country. And not only to the United Workers' Party supporters, but all St. Lucians. Disrespectful. Lack of communications. No communications. It's like your mother tell you, look the food, eat it, whether you like it or not, you have to eat it. And the governments treat the citizenry as though they're kings. They're the real McCoy. And ain't nothing can take them down. Ain't nobody can talk to them because we have the majority and we're going to have it for a very long time. Because you guys are going to be in opposition forever. And so they tell themselves that there is no end to the madness. because they're eternal. These politicians of today are immortal. And no other kingdom can be established above their kingdom. But I remind them of Nebuchadnezzar and all those kings who thought that their kingdoms would have lasted forever. Their kingdoms came crumbling down. Especially those who were brutal and disrespectful to their subjects. And so, St. Lucia, we were told today that there are two new ministries in the nation: crime prevention and disability. None of us know exactly what the crime prevention ministry is, whether it is different from the role of the Prime Minister of St. Lucia. He is the National Security Minister. The last time I checked, the National Security Minister is responsible for crime prevention also. The last time I checked, the Honorable Philip J. Pear, Prime Minister of St. Lucia, National Security Minister, is responsible for crime prevention. But he says to you that there is nothing we can do about crime. We don't go out there and do crime. We give the police vehicles. If you all have better ideas, give it to me. But then he forms a ministry in his cabinet. I don't know if he has space in his cabinet anymore, in his office anymore, because all the space gone. I don't know if they have walking space or crawl space now, because there's a whole set of ministers in the Prime Minister's office. So now we have added to the big story. We have a ministry of crime prevention. So we have a ministry of national security, a ministry of crime prevention. And what a waste of resources, government resources. What a waste of time. The solution is more ministries. And by the way, we have enough ministries already that can take care of the ministry of disability and the ministry and the new ministry of crime prevention. So, Mr. Pear, is it, and let me just ask you a question, sir, while you're here. Are you trying to distract St. Lucians because everybody's calling for you to resign as Minister of National Security? Are you too proud to relieve yourself of that position, so therefore you drop a little something in Norbert's lap so the blame will be off from you to him? So if you give him crime prevention and we have crime, he have a problem still. If there is an escalation of crime and we have paid Norbert to prevent crime, what Norbert is going to say to us, we can't prevent crime. We can only give the police vehicles and bikes and walkie-talkies. We can't prevent crime. We don't go out there and my father is the police. I'm not the police. What Norbert is going to say to us then? He's the police. What is he going to say? I'm confused, folks. Now, I'm not dissing Norbert. I'm talking about the Prime Minister. Because Norbert young, Norbert excited, more money. You have big portfolio. You have more secretaries, more this and more that, more perks, more entertainment money. I'm not saying you have Jabal or whoever you have. Somebody else going to get some extra money. So, of course, I accept. I accept the ministry. See how proud they were today. you will swear that crime will come to an end tomorrow. So, Mr. Pear, is it that because of the call for you to resign from that portfolio that you don't want to show the opposition or the people of St. Lucia that you're listening to them and they're affecting you and they're doing something to you, so you just take it from yourself and call it crime prevention when really and truly you're handing over national security to him? Come on, Mr. Prime Minister. We're watching. We are smart people. Mr. Barbuda may call us dumb, backward, and stupid. But clearly, many of us are not dumb, backward, or stupid. Sometimes we might be a little stupid. And there are times we might be backwards, but we can't be all three at the same time. You'll have to create another ministry for us. Maybe call the dumb, backward, and stupid ministry. I'm just saying. But what is this about crime prevention? Just explain to us. Just say to us, look, this thing is too much for me. The prevention part, I can't do that. I can get the police to arrest people and to go down and do that, but I can't prevent that. How will we prevent it? I'm confused. I don't know what to do. Yeah, of course you can come tell us that you're all over it, that it's just too much. You can't. You don't have the energy for this. So the question is there. And then at the end of the swearing in, someone sneaked in a little something and said, Jeremiah will be overseeing Dr. Poyet's ministry. So this one boy, gentleman, minister, have a whole set of weight on his head. You have to prevent crime. You have to fight crime. You got to deal with disability because that's a big issue in St. Lucia. No sidewalk for disabled people. The banks have no access. Businesses don't care about disabled people. If you have a wheelchair, you have to stay outside and send somebody in to do stuff. There's no bathrooms for people with disability. Businesses that are building, they don't build for disabled people. They're not mandated to do it. Well, I'm just talking. They might be. But look at Castries. Where in Castries can a disabled person walk? You're already disabled. How are you going to skip from in the river on the bank in Castries and now Plywood City? How are you going to skip around the plywoods? So we do need more attention there on disability, on persons with disability, because any one of us can be disabled at any time. And there are times we are disabled when we have a little arthritis and it's acting up. So all of us can be there. And so we need to make the city a more smarter city where all people can have access and not some. I understand that. But there's already a ministry that can deal with that. There are ministries that can deal with that. There are ministries that ain't doing nothing that can do that. And what the Prime Minister should have done was to relieve himself of national security and give it to somebody else. Mr. Prime Minister, let me ask you. Have you spoken to the police? What are their thoughts on Mr. Norbert's appointment? Yeah, that's a question. Have you spoken to them? Just asking. What are their thoughts? Will they strike? Just a question. Now, I came across, stick with me, folks. Let me just pull down something here. Let me see if I can get it. Let me just pull this out. Just bear with me, folks. Let me just pull this out. Pally, wait till Let me pull up something because I'm doing everything at the same time here, all right? Bear with me. Let's do something here. I always say to you, be careful what you say in opposition. Might come back to punch you, to bite you. Okay, so let's move Mr. Prime Minister from over there. And we're going to add another clip. Let's move this lady from there. Let's do that so we can add more. System is overloaded. So just bear with me. Okay, so let's switch that screen. And yeah, bring me back to this. Bear with me, folks. Tonight, we're a little koshy. We're upside down with it. Bear with me. Good. Good. Bear with me. Don't be too pussy to leave. I have something there to show you all. One more thing I have to show you all. Not one more. I have some stuff here. We have stuff. But just bear with me. Witilla. According to the song, Lord, give me the strength to do everything that I have to do. Don't move, eh? Witilla. Just let's see. Just wait there. I come in. We ain't out of song. I just trying to get something there for you guys. Cause we ain't easy. We're not easy, honestly. I got it now, friends. I got what I wanted. So it's coming now. I'm going to send it over to the main board. Right? Just bear with me. It was not cute, but it's something that I really want to share with you to show you some hypocrisy. I want to remind you, I want to take you back in times, according to the song, way back in times. Okay, good. So I'm not talking to myself there. Okay, so let's wait for it. Thank God. It is here. So we're going to save it into the system also. This one is to accompany this other's affair thing. Okay, what happened there? So let's do that again. Good. So, song clip. Good. 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 So now it's there. We're going to bring it in. So we have something that you St. Lucians will enjoy, because when I tell these people, they got to be so careful. They got to be careful with what they say, the things that they say. Okay, let me just bring it over. Let me send it over to Caribbean American News. And then Caribbean American News, let's send it over there. Okay, good. It's in now. So, St. Lucians, I want you to listen to this. Most of you would recognize it. And then I'm going to give this gentleman some mepui just for a few minutes, all right? That's the only mepui I might give for the night. I'll be a good boy. Okay, brethren? Barico. Okay, so let's go.
Why couldn't they just drive? from over there. What the fuck is going on? I could see. Why me? Why me, Lord? I was born into the family.
So, St. Lucians, there you have Mr. Jean, driving school instructor, in front of during the last election, in front of Mr. Chastanet's house, early morning, beating pots, disturbing the man from sleeping. That's how far the politics went with some St. Lucians. And a lot of people were disturbed. Chastanet laughed about it. He bring empty pots. He didn't bring any food. Stood there in his red, beating pans. He had a little support system next to him. Blah, blah, black sheep. Have you any food in the pot? That's all I can say. But I got something today. I want you to listen to the gentleman. This is the voice note. I'll be listening together with you. Done some of these, huh? I there with you all. Listen. Let's listen to him now.
Good day, driving instructors. This is your PRO, Kingston Jahir speaking. Today is Monday, the 4th of March, 2024. I just came from doing practical exam at Ministry of Transport. And I only got an exam that I've never gone for this year as yet. And at the end of my 4 exams, I realized he didn't ask not one student a show me, tell me question, which is part of the practical exam. So I told him, how come the other examiners did a show me, tell me, and he did not do it? So he said to me, well, sir, we got a letter from Ninetta Joseph, who is the permanent secretary for transport, stating that they should not be testing the students on show me, tell me anymore, which is part of the criteria from the DVSC. And she's saying that I don't know why the permanent secretary not listen to a technical people, because that is a technical matter where you could determine how competent a student is in driving on the rules of the road. I'm going to say a directive to say do not test the students on show me, tell me again, because that causing the students to fail. Which students you'll ever have that fail because they didn't get a show me, tell me question right? That's a minor fault. Nobody fails because of that, and she doesn't even know that. That's when you don't having consultation with nobody and just make decisions. First, we take out an oral exam. And there are so many people in St. Lucia who actually needs an oral exam. They can drive properly and they can understand the rules and road markings, and they will not be a hazard on the road. But because they have a disability in learning, going to remove that, and now those people now can get an income. You now limit them. I mean, what's wrong? I mean, why does a permanent secretary, Ninetta Joseph, not consulting her technical people at the Ministry of Transport, not consulting the stakeholders in whatever field, and just making decisions on her own? That just makes. I know this government is supposed to be a government consultation, so I expect the minister and them to get involved in that. That is nonsense. Could be depriving some people just because they have a minor disability, when all over the world oral exams are taking place. That's just crap. I'm very disappointed. I mean, the show me, tell me is so important. Now, we will say, well, okay, as instructors, we should still teach ourselves how to put on the headlights, put on the wiper blade, how to check if the brakes is about to malfunction. Yes, we should. But what happens if we don't? The exam is the final check to ensure those things are taking place. It's a safeguard to ensure those things are taking place. So then we don't have people driving on the road that doesn't know any bricks about to malfunction and then kill people on the road. And we're wondering why they just have so many collisions and accidents on the road. When people in charge making dumb, I don't want to say dumb, but stupid, ridiculous decisions like that. I don't understand what's going on. I mean, they have more important issues to look after. For example, people are getting having driver's license, driving on the road, and they never do on theory or practical exam, but they have the little card showing they have a driver's license. Those cards have been printed from inside the Ministry of Transport itself. And you're going to have people that trying hard to get a driver's license the correct way. I'm going to say no more oral exams. And then to make it worse now, even the little things that examiners ought to look for to ensure that person is competent on the road, you're going to say remove it. And you're not a technical person. That is not your role. People must really know their role and know when to seek for advice and help. The examiner told me that just came upon them. There's a directive and there was no discussion with them about it.
On passe après Major Betisa.
The government have to step in and look at the civil servants and how they acting and how they reacting, because it doesn't look good on them neither. Stevenson King have to do something about that.
And usher him out. Take his microphone and usher him out. Take his microphone and usher him out. Take his microphone. Just a minute. Just a minute. Take his microphone. Usher him out. Take his microphone and usher him out.
No.
Take his microphone. Usher him out. Usher him out.
On passe après Major Betisa.
Wise man. C'est pas moi.
Depuis, on passe après Major Betisa.
Moi, d'où c'est pas moi qui fait. Wise man. Yes, sir. Mari de magie, ça, c'est. Folks, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, folks. I'm just having fun, you know. I'm not sorry for this gentleman. Now, what? Let me show you again what he was doing. Let's go back just 1 second, folks. 1 second. Let's give him his time.
Why can't I just drive? From over there. What the fuck is going on?
I heard this shot fella. The sky is falling. I heard this shot fella. The sky is falling. I heard this.
The boy be a cow. Okay, folks, I just. Melimo, you could get there anytime. Sorry. Sorry. Okay, so The sky is falling. Mr. Jean, the sky ain't falling yet. Mr. Jean, oh sure, the sky is not falling as yet, sir. Your pot is empty. So the gentleman went in front of Mr. Chastanet's house, and we knew that this would be another moment in time. You hear, who was Celine Dion? One of them say, give me one moment in time. Said Lucia. I spoke earlier, of the ignorance in a time of enlightenment. And you took a pot and you went beating. And let me remind you, let me take you guys. But I ain't finished with this man yet, because I have no sympathy for ignorance. And that's just the truth. And I should have zero tolerance for ignorance, even in myself. I should be ashamed of myself. Let me faire manger comme moi. Oui, mon pour mettre comme moi sous côté. You think I want to see my daughter see me doing magie with myself, beating empty pot when the child need milk, the child need food in the pot, rice and some chicken back. You there beating an empty pot in front of the man in the window laughing at you. The man even thought you brought cocoa tea and bakes for him. Fella, the man don't even care. The man better off. Look at the amount of walls around the man's house and fence. And you stand up on the side with a piece of a slip on your foot with a big stone and a little pin holding the thing together. And you're beating an old pot you find somewhere. And now you cry, and guess what? You supported King. And you're pretending like you don't know King is in charge of that department. You're pretending like you don't know that them other lower people, they didn't just go and change anything. King sign off on it, you clung.
And usher him out. Take his microphone and usher him out.
You think King is, you guys said Mr. Pilgrim said, what is his name? Mikey Pilgrim is his name? Former United Workers' Party hierarchy, and John Compton called him to a private meeting and told him King is a hard worker, and King, last month there, John Compton know all of you are a bunch of jokers.
The content on this platform may not align with the views of a certain party or organization. It's important to note that the views and opinions expressed on the platform are often those of the individual contributors and not necessarily reflective of the organization. In this case, Caribbean American news media may not be held responsible for the content posted by its contributors. It's important for individuals to critically evaluate the information they encounter and consider multiple sources before forming their own opinions. If you have specific concerns about the content on the platform, it may be helpful to address them directly with Cam. The content...
Yeah, that's me. Address it with me, Igmamili. So let's talk about Mr. Pilgrim, the Honorable Senior Statesman. All of them pulling stunt, and John Compton told them. John Compton will tell you nothing, bunch of liars. John Compton say that, Mr. King is Mr. King is the most hard worker, and he's not into bubble, and he's the most genuine and the most holy and most reverent member of the United Workers' Party. He's a very hard worker. Hey, Gashimizo. Go watch your road. Look out your window and watch your road, Lucian. Watch your road. John come and tell you, watch your bread. Watch your road. You have no bread to watch. Go watch your road. And watch your pot. Mr. Jean, PRO, the driving school instructors. How is the potholes going with you all, Mr. Jean? How is a pothole walking out with your vehicle? Did you find out the address of Mr. King to go and beat your pot? By his pool? I know Chastanet have pool by him. No. But go find Mr. King house. And by his new brand pool in Grosse Ile and his extension to his mansion. Thanks to taxpayers. Find his house. You complaining about the driving, the Ministry of Transportation, where you fail to call the man name for Chastanet, finding his name and his house to beat bunch of hypocrites. Who you think you're fooling? Spreading voicemail for us to put out for you. Huh? That what the government is supposed to be a government of transparency. Today was they transparent when they just throw it on us and tell us no, but have two brand new ministries that we knew nothing about. What transparent about that? Government of transparency. Where's the Panama account? Come back and tell us where the Panama account. Government of transparency. We can't fix your road, it's raining. Government of transparency. The rain's still falling. Government of transparency. Well, the box, we're not going to use the box. We're going to use the new hospital. Government of transparency. Well, we're going to use it now. It's good. It's good now. The box just had to sit there for a while for it to cure. And now the box is cured. It's good-o. It's good-o.
And usher him out.
There.
And usher him out. Take his microphone and usher him out. Take his microphone. Just a minute. Just a minute. Take his microphone. Usher him out. Take his microphone and usher him out. No. Take his microphone. Usher him out.
So, Lucia, let me tell you. You see when you're in opposition, be careful what you say. You have the right to remain silent, my opposition people. UWP, use your right to remain silent because whatever you say can be used against you at the next polls or after the next election. The first year, they're dung in your skin and your bouillon. They will remind you all of what you all say, and that's what we're doing right now. So I don't mind us getting a taste of our own medicine, but be careful what you say, I tell you. But, Mr. Jean, how is the roads working for you? Is there any pothole by Chastanet House? When last have you passed next to Chastanet House with your pot, your empty pot? When was the last time you went there? Caller, you're on the air. You're in the hot zone.
My brother, it's very hot. I want to ask you a question, my brother.
Talk for me.
So Mr. Jeremiah is a minister of Home Affairs now, right?
Hey, caller, you trying to jam me?
Hello?
You trying to jam me or something?
No, I'm asking. No, I'm not trying to jam you. No.
Well, based on my understanding today, he is in two new ministries, in the Ministry of Disability and the Ministry of Crime Prevention.
So okay.
The son of this platform may
Sorry.
Me right. Sorry,
go ahead, call. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I was saying that serves me right. So that's a ministry. So he's not an MP anymore. He's a minister. So he's getting a new salary.
Oh yeah, bigger salary with entertainment and clothes allowance and all kind of allowance and maybe new vehicle too. I don't know.
Okay, and that whole new ministry needs new staff to man for disabilities and all whatnot.
Two new ministries.
So that's even more. So how much people does a ministry normally have to operate a ministry? When you say a ministry,
I don't know if it's more than 10 or what it is, but I'm sure you will need a lot of people when you create new ministries.
Because it's a ministry,
The Prime Minister was able to create it overnight.
Wow. So that's so how much so that's a big budget there again, you know, my brother.
Yeah, it sounds to me like more than 400,000-500,000.
Yeah, to run a ministry plus pay Jeremiah every month the new salary. Plus they have a minister that is sick. And who is fulfilling the Ministry of Home Affairs now?
Well,
is she still getting a salary? Has she resigned? Is she getting a salary?
No,
who's
she's still
up
getting
ministerial
her.
roles?
She is still a minister. She is still getting her salary as a minister.
But she's non-operational, so why she have to get a salary? I'm not saying it's a bad thing for her to get a salary, but I'm asking it's not making sense.
Because officially she is still a government minister.
So
legally you have to pay her.
ministerial roles? In the presence of her absence, who is the Minister of Home Affairs? She's not the Minister of Home Affairs.
No, well, the Prime Minister...
She's in a situation.
But he mentioned in passing that Jeremiah Norbert will assume...
You see how confusing it is? Jeremiah would have assumed the Ministry of Home Affairs, meaning that she now would have to resign from being Minister of Home Affairs, I guess, if that was the route.
I think he's trying to hang around with the supervisor department still. He's trying to hang on to that still, you know. I don't know what to say, Reverend. Honestly, I am confused. I might be a little slow.
The situation is, my brother,
I don't know.
I heard somebody else speaking about the transport board. Look at the people who are in those positions. I'm not saying that those men deserve any increase. I'm saying basic. What I'm saying, Jeremiah, my brother, is that those guys don't deserve no increase. Because first of all, they lied about the 2.5% for health and security.
So they owe us.
Which is those guys owe us.
Yeah.
You see the situation is, my brother. The country is in debt. The country, the economy not performing. The ministry is not performing. The Ministry of Infrastructure, which is one of the most critical thing, St. Lucia right now at the point it is not just the roads, the buildings are dilapidated, the ministries are looking dilapidated. If it wasn't for Alan Chastanet tenure, they wouldn't paint the government buildings in the colors it is there today. And the CDCs down in Castries and upgrading of the market to what it was. And that's just the first phase, you know, from moving the people from the situation they was with little umbrellas, getting wet in the rain, the goods spoiling, to a world-class first phase to put your fruits nicely on display. You cannot get wet. You can lock down your thing. It's basically like you have your own shop, but it's a walk-through shop. The minister for Castries Central started the second phase. It finished already, my brother? Have it finished already?
Sorry, I don't want me to laugh, but I listen to me.
2 years.
I'm
2
lost.
years you start a project to finish just to do the second phase for the market, for the fishermen and all those different things. That not done yet.
They got to finish the plywood city
$10
first.
$10 million.
Yeah.
But you see, that's the thing. We seen government ministers not performing and not no part of what makes up a society. They're not performing on no side. They're not performing in the healthcare systems. They're not performing in foreign affairs. They're not performing in the domestic affairs. How can a country that's surrounded by countries that producing sugar, like Jamaica, Trinidad, Guyana, Martinique, having shortages of sugar?
Oh,
going up to how many months having shortages of sugar?
Stick a pin there. I reached out to the I think it's like a union, the Community of Sugar Industry People. I reached out to them, and we might have an interview. I'm working on it. We might have an interview with the PRO of the sugar industry in the Caribbean, because they put out a notice and they're saying that St. Lucia need to stop their cabbage, basically. We never told you all we have sugar shortage.
We have enough capacity to take care of the whole Caribbean. That's what they said.
So they throw St. Lucia under the bus. They stop messing up our good business
No,
name.
righteousness will always prevail, my brother. Righteousness will always prevail.
Hallelujah, preacher. Yes, of course. Why not?
Righteousness will always prevail.
We're working on that.
Emma Hippolyte is a tired woman. You understand? From before Emma Hippolyte was Minister of Commerce, like what she is, Kenny Anthony said that he cannot borrow money again. They still put back Emma Hippolyte as Minister of Commerce. You don't think we have a problem in the country? King didn't perform under Alan Chastanet tenure. The roads, allegedly, Guy Joseph had to take his portfolio to build all the back roads from Corinth to Viewfort, the back roads, all the different roads. King didn't perform for 11 years. You think King will perform for the 18 years? Watch Castries. The man was in 2006 coming plywood. He still bring back plywood and break down a CDC. Displaced thousands of people that was living in Castries Central for years and for years and being a car park. 2 years past, you cannot finish the second phase in the market. Watch tourism. The man, first it was the Bum Bum World, then he put jazz in pink to attract new set of people, gays, lesbians, and all some of homophobias and them different things. Plugging our children's minds. Their friends are in all the ministries, from Slasper, Leo Clark, all those different people. You're not seeing it's just a bunch of useless people governing the country, getting all their monies, getting themselves fat, their friends, their family, and foreigners that alone benefiting, and the rest of the people just dying like nothing not running. They have no jobs,
I'm tired of
no
these
roads,
people. I'm
no
tired
infrastructure.
of them. I'm tired
The
of
whole
these
government
people.
have to resolve, my brother.
And the Prime Minister
They have
lied.
They have to resolve.
The Prime Minister keep
Parliament.
lying. He keep
That's
lying
what I
to the
call it.
people. Thank you. But he keep lying to the people of St. Lucia over and over again. You know, he lied about the appointment of Jeremiah. Mislead St. Lucian, basically. They mislead us on the sugar crisis. They misled us.
Mislead us on the 2.5%.
2.5%, and this is just...
Mislead us on the road to Groseley and saying that there was corruption. They would get it in 10 months. They would get the report. 3 years they don't have a report.
Talk about the roads. I'm going to go on the roads. I'm going to go on the roads in a minute.
man.
I have a clip. Okay. Thank you, caller. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, that was a good call. The person who's calling, just give me a minute, huh? Talking about the roads. By the way, I think there's a report coming out of Viewfort that a man almost lost his life. He got chopped. He got chopped there, almost losing his head. A young man. So we're following that breaking news there on our platform. Just came in on the hotline. We have a hotline. Do you all know that? Where news come in. It's a private one. Not everybody can get access to it, by the way. So, but we have a lot of we have some contacts around the globe. And we're hearing that a young man almost lost his life there in Viewfort. So we'll wait. We're not going to jump to any conclusions there. We're going to wait and see what is the problem. Okay. I see a call was coming in, but I want to show you all something in the hot seat. An engineer there in St. Lucia. Let's take this call. Caller, you on the air. Caribbean American News Media, you in the very hot seat tonight.
Very hot seat tonight. Good night to you, my friend.
Good night, my friend. You better come hot too.
I'm coming hot. Let me take this opportunity to say good night to your listeners and your viewers all over the globe.
Yes.
Very good program, very informative as usual. The program is different.
Yeah.
And I want to take this opportunity to thank the leader of the opposition, Honorable Alan Chastanet, my leader, the visionary leader, for a great speech in Trinidad and Tobago. And I hope the government of the Labour Party took notes and stop this petty politics.
Yeah.
And recognize that, listen, crime is a problem that affects each and every one of us. There's no political side when it comes to crime, whether you're red or yellow. It must be a collective. We must put our shoulders to the wheel and send Lucia and tackle this kind of situation. And stop this petty politics. When a leader of an opposition gives you recommendations to the JPA, put away the petty politics. Put away the childishness. And take on board the recommendations from the opposition, because the opposition does have a part to play when it comes to the fight against crime. And you see what's happening in Trinidad and Tobago. The opposition party, which is the United National Congress, the UNC, is taking the lead by having those crime consultations or anti-crime town hall meetings to see as a political organization, a responsible opposition, how they can assist the government in coming up with their solutions and recommendations to fight crime in Trinidad and Tobago. So stop playing this petty politics diligently and say, oh, you will not take recommendations from the opposition and you put it in the garbage. The opposition has said countless times, the United Workers' Party, that they're willing to work with the government.
But Ian,
to fight crime.
How is he saying that he threw it in the garbage and today he said he tasked Mr. Norbert to deal with political parties in finding solutions? Honestly, I'm more confused, Tel Magasa.
This is just desperation. Let me say something here too. While we're on that.
Go ahead.
Again, Philip JPA was caught in a lie.
Talk to me.
It was not last week or week before when a press release, a statement coming from the government of Kenosha that indicated that Jeremiah would assume responsibility for home affairs, etc., in the absence of Virginia Albert Poyle.
I believe so. We got to look back. Initially he wanted him to supervise it and not take it over.
Supervise.
And then, but the Constitution would not allow that.
Yeah, I'm coming to the brother gap.
But go ahead.
So, official press release from the government of Kenosha indicated that when Parliament was commenced, the leader of the opposition rose on a point of clarity, seeking clarification, because it was confusing. It was confusing to me, and it was confusing to many St. Lucians. So the leader of the opposition, Alan Chastanet, stood in Parliament and asked the government, this press statement came out. We need some clarity as to what is the responsibility of Jeremiah Norbert. Is he a minister or would he continue as Deputy Speaker of the House? Philip JPA rose on a point of clarity and said that the leader of the opposition, Honorable Alan Chastanet, is around long enough to not ministers are appointed. So, okay. Today we're seeing a circus. And I regard it as a circus because it is a circus. We have to call it like it is. It is a circus. It was a circus today. When you have a minister appointed to be responsible for crime prevention and disability, and I'll tell you why it's a circus. Crime prevention falls under the purview of national security.
That's right.
Disability, if that's a so-called portfolio, which is not a portfolio, falls under the remit of social transformation. So there's a duplicity there. There's a duplicity there.
Right.
So you have Philip JPA, who is the National Security Minister, and then you have Jeremiah, who is responsible for crime prevention. So you have two ministers doing the same thing.
That's right.
And then you have two ministers doing the same thing when it comes to disability, because Jeremiah Norbert is responsible for disability, but then you have a Ministry of Equity, Social Transformation, responsible for disability, disabled people, which falls under the purview of Joaquin Henry. What wastage But this is where the wastage gets worse, Brother Garfield. In the Prime Minister's office, are you aware that we have 4 government ministers now in the Prime Minister's office?
Who are the 4? I thought it was 3.
4.
Who are the 4?
I'll name them. Richard Frederick. Now you have Jeremiah Norbert. Then you have this guy from Ancillary, Wayne Girard. And then you have, what's his name? This guy from Miku. Gideon Ferdinand. Gibo Figure, whatever his name is. So you have 4 government ministers in the Prime Minister's office.
Gideon Ferdinand is not a minister.
He is a minister. He's a parliamentary secretary. He's a junior minister. So you have 4 government ministers in the office of the Prime Minister. But it's not. It hasn't gotten worse yet. Let me raise the alarm there. So apart from having 4 government ministers within the Prime Minister's office, at the Prime Minister's office, you have an attaché to the Prime Minister.
So let's correct something. A senator can be a seated MP?
A senator can be a government minister.
It's called Minister of Parliament, Member of Parliament.
It's called you can have a full-fledged government minister through the Senate, and then you can have a junior minister, which is commonly known as a parliamentary secretary, which is a junior minister.
Okay, good.
Through the Senate.
But yeah, go ahead, no problem.
So it gets worse, Brother Garfield. So now you have those 4 government ministers in the Prime Minister's office. Then you have attaché to the Prime Minister, Monde Lewis. You have four people doing public relations within the office of the Prime Minister. And you have a press secretary. You see why they have to put this 2.5% levy on the back of St. Lucia? And it was all a lie? You see the justification now for the 2.5% levy? That 2.5% levy had nothing to do with health and security. We all know it was a lie. Philip JP lied to us again and again and again, and we are accustomed to lying. So all those monies, the $10 million that they raised through that 2.5% levy, is to pay Jeremiah Norbert and to start a new ministry within a ministry.
Well, you're speculating there.
Brother Garfield, if you appoint a government minister, you must have staff. You must have a permanent secretary. You must have a deputy permanent secretary.
No, when I say speculating, you said the 2.5% was for this purpose.
No, I'm saying the 2.5% levy, apart from raising the money from the loan that they're taking from the CDP, would go towards paying those wastage. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So the 2.5% levy was a lie, and we all know that by now. But part of that money they raise it is to pay Jeremiah Norbert and to start a new ministry, which is duplicity, which is ridiculous. So while people in St. Lucia now, the poor people cannot make ends meet, they cannot feed themselves or their family, they cannot send their children to school. The hospitals have no medication. The roads are in a deplorable condition, in a mess. The crime situation is out of hand. This government continue on the jolly ride, wasting the taxpayer money. What is Riani Isidore doing in that Prime Minister's office? What is his role and function?
Is he in communications?
But you have a press secretary. You see where the wastage comes in? And St. Lucia sits idly by and just allow that to happen? And people suffering in the country? I mean, come on. When does it stop, Brother Garfield? I'm saying to St. Lucia, what we saw there today, this swearing was a circus. But you know what? I'm putting St. Lucians on notice.
Talk to me.
Those of you listening all over the world, I'm reserving the name of the appointment of the deputy speaker deliberately. I know who the deputy speaker is. I know who the appointment is. I know the person. I will tell you in private.
Well, you might
because
be very late.
I want them to appoint that person as deputy speaker for a particular reason. You see, if we say the name now, they might retract the name and put somebody else. But it's a deliberate strategy on my part to withhold the name for now. But next week, they have to convene Parliament. And they must appoint a deputy speaker because the speaker is ill. Unfortunately, Claudia Francis is ill. So for them to convene Parliament, there must be a deputy speaker. And that's when I'm going to expose that person.
Let me ask you, Ian,
because it cannot be right.
Remember we spoke about the Electoral Commission?
I was going there with you tonight.
Okay, good. So, so there is no chairperson or chairman for this electoral department.
Brother Garfield, I am not sure or I'm not convinced that what the government is doing is constitutional.
No, but let me
I'm
read this.
I'm not a lawyer.
But let's go to the Constitution, Part 4, Constituency Boundaries and Electoral Commission. And I quote, there shall be a Constituency Boundaries Commission and an Electoral Commission for St. Lucia, each of which is hereinafter in this section referred to as a commission. 2. The Constituency Boundaries Commission shall consist of A. The Speaker as chairman. B. 2 members appointed by the Governor General acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister. And C. 2 members appointed by the Governor General acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition. The Electoral Commission shall consist of A. A chairman appointed by the Governor General acting in his own deliberate judgment. B. 1 member appointed by the Governor General acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister. And C. 1 member appointed by the Governor General acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of Opposition. Well, it went on and it went on and it went on, but you cannot have a electoral commission without a chairperson.
Okay, and who is that chairperson, Brother Garfield?
Right now, there is none. There's a consultant,
Okay.
I believe. I got a call
So
from
you see
someone
where-
privately to deal with that matter too.
Right. So you see where this government is violating our constitution, abusing and disrespecting our constitution.
But where's
Labour Party
the
government.
Governor General? Let me ask you, where's the Governor General, the acting Governor General in this matter? Where is he?
The acting Governor General doesn't know where he's going or coming. So I won't even go there. But this Labour Party government continues to abuse our constitution. Here is put it on your listeners and viewers to understand. Pleasure Baptist, Chief Elections Officer.
Your phone is not coming so clear.
He proceeded on retirement. Only to be told or only to be brought back as a consultant on a 1-year contract. Meanwhile, there's no Chief Elections Officer. I want Federation to understand what's happening.
But there is no electoral commission, but there is a boundaries commission that is functioning right now without the electoral commission.
That is what I'm saying. This is unconstitutional. And that's why I said it to Brother TP, the chairman of the party. I brought it to his attention on Saturday that if we have such an institution like the electoral office, we're supposed to ensure that we have free and fair general elections. It is chaotic. It's a mess. The electoral office is in a mess. We do not have a chief elections officer.
And I'm finding out that it is not what it's supposed to be, and there's a lot of suspicion among the citizens of the country concerning the Electoral Commission, and that should not be. It should not be.
And there was And during the run-up to the last election, there were so many shenanigans that went down at the electoral office. I'm not going to say anything yet.
No.
But we all know, persons in the know would know that a lot of shenanigans, a lot of questionable activities occurred
Ian,
at the electoral office.
But Ian, you know, at the last elections, there were people who were going to one poll, a lot of people going to a poll to vote. Then they tell them to go somewhere else. It's not here, and confusion. When you have an electoral commission that should be working at all times.
Let me just make a sparkling revelation here. There are persons in St. Lucia during the run-up to the last general election who had 2 ID cards.
You have proof of that? That's speculation, you know.
Brother Garfield, I'm saying to you on your platform, there are persons during the run-up to the last general election who had 2 ID cards.
I tell you speculation because I don't know that.
Brother Garfield, just leave it. I'm telling you, it happened. This is why the United Workers' Party must pay close attention to the electoral office. We do not have a chief elections officer. And from my information, there are persons within the rank and file at the electoral office who are competent and have the expertise and the experience to hold that position. But the Labour Party government refuses, for whatever reason, to appoint a chief elections officer.
I want to know who in the electoral office that was appointed by the opposition, the United Workers' Party, who are they? What are their names? And what are they doing? That's what I want to know. Because if you are in a commission, if you are in a ministry, you're in a commission, you're in any part of government, and things are not going the way it should, you should talk. You should say something. You should ask. Pull the levy, pull the emergency switch, and let's get it fixed. But when it comes to the electoral office, we should not take any chances. We should not play around with that, and we should not play any politics with it at all. And I am disturbed. I am disturbed that nobody is speaking about it.
People see why your platform is very important.
People are talking about people underwear and all kind of nastiness, but look, we have a big problem there, ain't it?
A serious problem, because let me remind St. Lucians, let me remind your listeners and your viewers, the electoral office is a very important institution to ensure that we have free and fair elections in St. Lucia. And if there's problems at the electoral office, which there are, we do not have a chief elections officer.
But that's the problem for me. I'm not accusing them right now of anything, or I have stuff written, but I'm not accusing them now. But I'm saying that we need to get a commissioner that the Constitution made provisions for.
That is what I'm saying to you. I will go further to say, Brother Garfield, we have a serious problem. And I've been saying to my party and our party, we can do all the mobilization. We can do all the organization. If we do not pay close attention to institutions that are supposed to administer free and fair general elections, we have a serious problem. And I'm going to say to St. Lucians, your listeners and viewers, this current Labour Party government will do anything to remain in office. And that's a fact.
Well,
and we should not be naive or should not be dumb to not realize that. This current crop of Labour Party government MPs will do anything to remain in office at all costs.
All I'm saying, Ian, tonight I am calling on the government, the Governor General, to make a statement on this electoral commission.
You will not get that, Brother Garfield.
No, stop running ahead of the game.
This is why I'm saying to you.
Wait a minute, we won't get it.
I'm telling you, you will not get that.
We have to.
This government shows total contempt and disrespect for people, the citizens of St. Lucia. You will not get that. What we must do as concerned, right-thinking citizens of the country is to do what we're doing right now. We put it out there and build the awareness of St. Lucia that we have a serious problem. And this is why your platform and other platforms are very important to bring out the issues to the people. I'm saying to this government, stop the petty politics. There are persons within the electoral office who are competent, who have the experience to take on the position of chief elections officer.
So I'm asking the government again. I'm asking the government again. Why do we not have a commissioner or what it is? A commissioner it is, right? Why do we not have a supervisor, a lead there at the electoral office? Why we don't? Who is leading? Who is responsible? Who is doing what over there?
There's a problem that will happen in the next few months. Because from my information, the gentleman's contract ends in October because he was granted a 1-year contract as a consultant, and I don't know who he
the Constitution does not call for that. The important thing here,
that's what I'm saying.
It's for the appointment of 4 individuals and 1 who is the lead person. We do.
It tells me, based on you're right, Brother Gaffney.
What consultant? The Constitution didn't speak about no consultant.
But you know, this government have no respect for the Constitution. This is why the leader of the opposition, Alan Chastanet, had to take them to court for violating the Constitution, and he won them in court several times because they violated the Constitution. So this is not anything surprising, Brother Gaffney. The disrespect and the violation of the Constitution continues.
You know, and that's why I say, you St. Lucian people, I got to tell you all, I got to throw all of you under the bus, you know. You guys don't pay attention to your own business. You don't pay attention to your business. A lot of them studying, Gregory studying, me studying, all kind of people, and there are major issues that need to be dealt with in the institutions of government. We want to take away people's freedom of expression. And by the way, Ian, while we're here at it, I'm going to say it boldly tonight. The St. Lucia Labour Party government of Mr. Philip Joubert violated the Constitution of St. Lucia when they started targeting a citizen of St. Lucia, Mr. Chastanet. They violated the Constitution of the country, which says that no one should be, no St. Lucian should be victimized, or no St. Lucians should be messed with, meddled with, because of their race, their origin, where they were born. The Constitution says it should not happen.
Let me release a bombshell.
Yeah, go ahead.
Remember when that whole issue about they're trying to make it law that if you were not born in Tennessee, you cannot be prime minister. Remember that? And then you made noise about it and they relaxed on it a bit.
That's a bunch of baloney. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
No, listen. I have a bombshell and a revelation to make tonight.
Drop it and get a bomb squad for you. Go ahead. Drop it.
And you can take it or leave it.
Come on, drop it like it hot, Ian.
In the next few weeks, that particular so-called law will come to Parliament. The guys have not relented. They have not given up on that. They're going to go to Parliament and try.
We listening? Where Ian gone? Ian blew up himself with his own bomb? Where Ian? Ian, where you? Me say no pet Ian, me say. Bombshell sa cause Ian, me say. Where is me? Where's Ian? Ian, where are you? Okay, Ian is gone. Ian get blown up, blown out, blow across, wipe out with his own bombshell. So it's not my fault. Oh, why is me? Cheers to Ian and his bombshell. Mem Ian, upa professional bomb squad, uka mashek bomb. Upui lai papi. Marina, ya.
The content on this platform
Cheers.
may not align with
Cheers
the
to
views of
Ian.
a certain party or organization.
And
It's
his
important
new
to note
professional
that the
bomb
views and
squad.
Opinions expressed on a platform are often those of the individual contributors and not necessarily reflective of the organization. In this case, Caribbean American news media may not be held responsible for the content posted by its contributors. It's important for individuals to critically evaluate the information they encounter and consider multiple sources before forming their own opinions. If you have specific concerns about the content on the platform, it may be helpful to address them directly with Cam.
Reverend, it's not my fault. My saki with a partner mo Ian. Why is me? Money bomb squad this year. Ian drop back. I said, ma'am, I smelling smoke right now. Poor Ian. Oh God, but let me tell you something. When there's smoke, there's fire, friend. So anything is possible. Let me show you all something. You see this guy? I'm going to play it. This guy came on a press conference. Now, KKRR call him Wayne Wonder. I like that name, Wayne Wonder. This guy came on a press conference and said, well, you all wasn't seeing me. I had to be in the Prime Minister's office learning the ropes. Very soon, you're not going to see no, but he's going to be studying the ropes too. Miku, watch your bread. So this brother, let me put him on. He said he couldn't, y'all wasn't seeing me, a busy man. Those in Ancillary and those areas. You know, now, man, y'all can't see me now. I was busy trying to learn the ropes in the Prime Minister's office. So you always see more of me now. Reverend, listen to this. After that, absent.
From what would be a flush urinal going directly into the sea, which is something we could not countenance. So we did some work, and we have now been able to, all the 5 residences have been replaced satisfactorily and stop the works on it. But we have now confirmed that we're going to recommence the work on that. Every intention on delivering on every single commitment. With regards to my constituency, that we have attraction and experiences that the constituents could benefit from when the tourists come through. What you may be aware of, what you may not be aware of, under the last administration, despite the Member of Parliament for Antioch was the Minister of Tourism, are surviving. Good morning. Very honestly for ourselves. When we got into government in 2021, none of those facilities were looked after. We were seen as not important. There were other things that were important to the other Member of Parliament, which, starting the new year, we won't go into it now. But those are very...
Reverend, I have no time for this, Reverend. I have no time for this political garbage. People not seeing you, you comment about the other representative, didn't care about the people basically, and had other... Come on, let's stop that crap. The man did more work than anybody else in the community. And that's why you, the citizens, got to send strong messages to them fellas. Tell them, don't take you all for Pappy show. Come with all excuse why they wasn't seeing him. And you know what disturbed me? He said that there was this building that was built, the tourism thing, blah, 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 maybe Airbnb, whatever it is, and it did not have a sewer system. And the sewer was being thrown in the sea. But wait a minute, if the building ain't finished yet, nobody is in the building, how does sewer go into the sea? And the people listen and say, oh my God, that was so bad. You mean my friend, what's my friend name there? Look, I forget his name. Dominic. You mean Dominic went and did his own design and approved the building for the structure for himself. He did all that in his house. And he put the line for the sewer. He run it in the sea, and then people poop in, and all the poop go in the sea. That's what he's telling you all, Lucians. But you ain't know how to watch your business, you know. You're watching other people's business. That's what the man tell you all. And the building was not even finished as yet. Building wasn't even finished. And 2, who approved the building? It was the Department of Building. It was the DCA. Approved it. And the next phase of that property was to build a septic tank. But no, the man just showed up and sees a line going down the road and said going to the sea to let out the poop.
Usher him out. Take his microphone and usher him out.
So Lucia's honestly, your politicians. Your politicians are taking you off for Bashi. That's all I can tell you on Pappy Show. Unfinished building. Just like they told you St. Jude was leaking. Anyway, let me move on. I have another one to show you. This fella, y'all might know him.
Prevel and Associates Consulting Group. He's an economist, political strategist, and he was in the news fairly recently as well. So, Claudine, we have quite a bit to cover. Welcome to Calabash TV.
Thank you so much, Bernard. How are you?
I'm pretty good, pretty good. It's good to see you.
Nice to see you again.
As somebody who came in and you've, for the last two political cycles, two election cycles, you've been either involved on the fringes or observing quite keenly what has been going on. This election was billed by both political leaders as the most consequential. Were they fear-mongering, or was it actually the most consequential election in our history as an independent state?
Well, apparently it borders on being the most consequential because I think both parties saw a number of things going on in the country that they were not happy with. On the one hand, I mean, the incumbents at the time saw themselves as doing a great job. They were focused on doing infrastructure type work. But I think at the same time, on the other side, one noticed that the masses were complaining. A number of their requirements were not being met. There's also the question of the way the governance style that Mr. Chastanet brought to St. Lucia. That is unprecedented. That was never seen.
Now, hold. Now, you heard this guy, right? You all heard him. He said the governing style that Chastanet brought to St. Lucia. I'll take your call soon, caller. The Prevel brother, and I believe he wanted to run for leader of the party too. Somebody can confirm that for me, so I wouldn't be spreading propaganda on the platform and I have to flush myself. I don't like to flush myself. So somebody just help me. Tell me if he wanted to run for leader of the United Workers' Party, and then I'll see what I have to say. True? Lydia, one more person. True? True that? True that? One more person and it's confirmed. Yes, he wanted to. Good. So here's a UWP speaking. But listen what he's saying. Chastanet brought to St. Lucia. So my question to the gentleman is where he brought it from. Because you said he brought the governing style to St. Lucia. Where he brought it from? The desert? Marsha? Where he brought it from in your head? Martinique? Canada? You see, they just say things and leave it out there. So Chastanet came from another country because he's not one of us, and he brought a governing style. Listen, Lucian, there we go.
Extent, if you, based on the anecdotes throughout St. Lucia, it was highly unpopular. And I think as a result, it was not surprising, certainly to me, that this type of management of a country would have been denounced at the polls. Right? So the resounding defeat that was dealt to the party at the polls is for me not a surprise at all.
But it's a case where we, solutions probably didn't understand, because we know we've always complained about having an implementation deficit in St. Lucia. We don't follow up with things. Government takes a long time. Things are pretty slow. It can be frustrating getting things going. So Mr. Chastanet's style of being a more pragmatic person, he wants to get this done at all costs, that we didn't quite get used to that kind of approach.
I don't know how to say this, but I think Mr. Chastanet spent an entire 5 years of sending the wrong messages to the people of St. Lucia. Right?
Okay, I just came across this, so I said, let me deal with it now, Mr. Prevel. For your information, we had COVID-19 that was killing people for over 2-something years in this country. What are you talking about? The people felt. What are you? The people felt dead. That's what they felt. They were burying their loved ones. What leadership style? Well, telling people stay in their house, stay in the yard. Well, you're like rum and bomb and Jabal, that's what you all want to run around doing, spreading death to everyone. And these are the experts we're talking about, you know, friends. I haven't the last one before we go. These are the experts. Fail to mention where Chastanet brought his leadership style from. 2, refuse to tell us what the leadership style is. And now Chastanet was rejected because of leadership style for 5 years. Lucia, listen.
He meant well. But somehow, if he did mean well, his communication skills are very poor because his message was not coming across. It didn't come across to me.
But they were very visible.
The message was not coming across because people were dying. What message you want? Death? You wanted to die too? That's the message that was out there. Death in the air. Anyway, let's go. Talk.
Coming across seemed to have been an attack on St. Lucian rights, on St. Lucian liberties, on St. Lucian things that are St. Lucian.
The guy refused, and these are the professionals that you have to be afraid of. Best you go into the banana field and get somebody cutting bananas to come and guide you. Because these are the experts that have been causing chaos in the country. Here is the man saying that he was taking away the rights and freedoms of St. Lucians. Like nothing was going on. No emergency. The country was not shut down. The rights of the citizens should not have been restricted to protect themselves from themselves. Because Lucians, you have to protect them from themselves, or they destroy themselves. And we know that. And so, I'm just exposing, friends, a culture of craziness among professionals in the country. Misleading the citizens, giving them piece of information. Up to now, he had mentioned COVID-19, you know. But Mr. Chastanet was restricting the people, taking away their freedoms and liberties. So they couldn't go to work, they couldn't go to Dennery, they couldn't go far, they couldn't be in church in large crowds. So that was removing their freedoms from them. So in other words, Chastanet should leave everybody to die. And then he would be here saying Chastanet is a wicked white man. He kill everybody. But I just wanted to play it so you can hear for yourself, Lucians. And you have to be aware. You got to listen a little more to what them fellas are saying to you. Let's go.
With even something like the National Trust. What is the National Trust's purpose? Is to preserve our heritage, our ancestry, everything that is really St. Lucian. That's what the National Trust is there for. And so when a leader comes and says he will defund the trust, right, which he did, it really raises very, very thorny questions to me. Why do you intend by this to destroy everything that is about St. Lucian? That's a very scary thing to do.
That's right.
Right? So Compton instituted the trust, as you know, and he would have never thought of doing something like this. Kenny Anthony came, he never did anything like that.
So because John Compton put it in place, his daughter should be at the head at all times, a family member at all times. Bunch of clowns. Go ahead.
Funding the trust, I think, was a very unpopular thing. And then you have, that was just the beginning of it. Then you had all the other things that came. The most recent one is the pitons, construction in the base of the pitons. I mean, really, who's doing that? Who's going to approve this? No one is going to approve of doing something like this because you actually will compromise the chances of our heritage status being lost. You have the DSH. It came initially, Big Bang, it's a great idea, it's going to bring in billions of US dollars to the economy. Theoretically, if that worked, it may have brought in some of what we call the trappings, the symbols of development, condominiums and, flashy lights and so on. But that would be at a cost as well. So I think while some St. Lucians may have embraced it, and maybe if it actually did materialize, it may have been something good for St. Lucia.
You hear it?
Nevertheless, it would have left some people behind. It would have come at the cost, at the expense of our own culture and heritage and so on. So I think one noticed that Alan Chastanet was perhaps pursuing a kind of development model but at the expense of the people of St. Lucia and at the expense of even the danger, the risk of creating a society where you have too many different, more classes, right? Further segmentation of the society as you're doing. And so I think these are the things that really present a big problem for him in his tenure of governance.
Was that a model that was dated as well? Because I know there was a constant reference to John having to do certain things, take certain actions, in spite of the fact that there was heavy opposition to it and so on. But he persisted and so on, and the country saw the benefits like the Rodney Bay and so on. So was it a case where that strategy was for that particular time, but Mr. Chastanet's approach was kind of dated and that kind of affected him?
Maybe to a small extent, yes, but I would beg to differ. John Compton was not just a stubborn individual who did what he wanted to do. Far from this, John Compton consulted extensively before he did anything. He had some great ideas, but it was not as a matter of just saying, well, he would just get up in the morning and start doing something without consulting anybody. He consulted. There were occasions, yes, one or two occasions when he did certain things that I have to say, with the benefit of hindsight, we see that we give him the credit for having done the right thing. You think?
Okay, folks, so that's enough of that one. So now he's saying that, and St. Lucians, when you see major developments that happen in your country, sometimes you don't understand it until it's finished. And like they said, John Compton was that guy who built things that many of them are praising and are fighting for right now, that they cuss him out for and say he was the worst for St. Lucia and he will leave a lot of St. Lucians behind. Same thing, Membarai, nothing new under the sun. Yeah, ain't it? Let's do our last one, brethren, but I just want to remind you folks that you got to be careful. Here's another one.
Road project that started a few months ago, and it seems to be coming along very quickly. Do you believe at this point that the focus should be on infrastructural spending right now?
I'll speak to you as a civil engineer and not as a social commentator, and that nice description that you have placed upon me. Every time I go up to Rodney Bay, I ask myself, what exactly was the thinking in doing that section of the road up there? I did transportation engineering as an option at university. So I have a fairly good idea about transportation engineering. And I will say to you, it makes no sense. It makes no engineering sense to create an intervention, a transportation intervention at those 2 points. It makes absolutely no sense because it will have very little impact, zero impact upon the issues that occur in the north of the island. If you drive, and those of us who go up to the north regularly, okay, I'll give you a little simple issue. When SNS was closed, a little simple issue, when SNS was closed and Computer World was closed, and you had very or minimal movement of traffic between those 2 points, going up on the afternoon and going up during the day to the north of the island was a breeze. Was a breeze. Same amount of people moving, right? But two intersections created a significant impact on a section of a road. And it says to you something, that the most critical link on the Grizzly Highway at this point in time is the link between the Marisil Junction, the current junction, and the junction by Moshi, or if you want to take it up to the Rodney Bay Junction. Let's take it to Rodney Bay then. That is a critical link. And it's a critical link because when you consider the number of intersections coming onto the main road, I counted once, from 10 to current, you have 48 intersections, roughly 24 on either side. And therefore, every time somebody comes onto that road from one of those intersections, accentuated when you have commercial space, like an SNS, that you have a significant amount of movement in and out of there, you have an effect that is transferred travel time. And that is your answer to how well that money is spent. However, I would also say that there is some good work going on in some of the road networks on the island. Whether it makes sense to focus on your tertiary road network at the sacrifice of your secondary road network, I would say to you, I don't agree with that. And a lot of the focus is on the tertiary network, right? Just outside. If you go there on the morning, you'll see it. I've seen some lanes paved in Corinth that are
Here's another one.
People who might not understand it, I think we take it for granted. The design finance build is exactly what it sounds like. You have an agreement with a company and they are allowed to build it. They can design it, they build it, and they're going to finance it. You need to call you, pay you. So for that, it is, the whatever company, and in this case, Fresh Start for the roads, will have to build it on their own. And after a year, they will after a year, the payments will be made to them. Now, this is a huge, huge issue, and it really is telling when we have people circumventing what are supposed to be laws, what's supposed to be there as real proper practice. Instead, that is not what we're seeing. So even when we've had the discussion before, when there's no income assistance, none of that, we had a problem with that, but there's more to it. So let's take a look at some of the issues we're seeing here.
As you can see here, for every 3 months, is $656,250. All right? $656,250. And that will kick in after completion of the works are certified and after we in fact owe Fresh Start $50 million. So let us say that is money they have in the bank and they're entitled to interest. They will get interest because we owe them. Have spent all their money on the projects. I just don't understand what is happening. Because there is absolutely nothing wrong with the arrangement. If the government, in fact, owes Fresh Start the $50 million on completed works, built to specifications and standards, and have been certified. There's nothing wrong with that. But let me tell you what is happening. And I'll use Rodney Bay Road again, because it is a significant part of the $50 million package. As I indicated to you guys, or viewers and listeners, there are 4 places I pointed out that roundabouts may come, or they possibly had to put roundabouts and there was a change of heart. I don't know. Like I said, the place where Nestor sells, the main entrance to Rodney Bay, the entrance to MJI, and the entrance to Kilago. 4. None of those roundabouts have even started. They have not even started. As to where they will rightfully be placed, your guess is as good as mine. The only thing that a few dollars have been spent on in that project is the drainage. The drainage on the 2 sides of the road. But, so it is fair to say that we do not owe Fresh Start $50 million at all.
Say, Lucia, we're going to end right there. Guess what? I can tell you, they owe Fresh Start a whole ton of millions, and Fresh Start didn't do one piece of work yet because they were too pussy. They said Fresh Start is getting all the contract. Renault comes. He said, that's not true. I was the one getting all. And so now they have to pay. Legally, they got to pay Fresh Start millions of dollars. And then they got to look for millions more of dollars to take care of the project. Reverend Lucians, watch Uno bread. Last call, Mr. Barbuda. You're on the air in the hot seat.
Yeah, good night, man.
Good night, doctor. Don't put me in trouble, tonight.
The best pastor got you.
Yes, Your Excellency.
How do you feel? How do you feel that garbage in your show?
Tonight I fell for that. I had an appetite. Yeah.
You play those guys garbage and my head just how can the man do those kind of things on the show?
I do apologize, sir.
Stop playing garbage on the show, man.
No problem. I stop.
Let me say this to you, sir. And you were playing garbage after garbage after garbage after garbage. And this man continue this garbage? Really? You give those guys air. That's all you've been doing is giving those guys airplay of garbage, man.
Maybe they paid me off.
you what I saw, the guy, what's his name called? Charles Butler's backside for leadership, and he disappeared. Right?
Sometimes you got to remind ourselves,
Nobody know where he went. Nobody know where he gone if he went and live in exile or somewhere. John Peters, he said $10 million the hospital good to and some chemical, and the hospital good to go.
I gotta get some chemical and I finish.
Richard Frederick, making the country a ghetto, a complete ghetto. Come on, Garfield, man. Come on, this is no joke. I get me upset, Garfield, man. Get upset.
I do apologize,
Garfield.
boss. I apologize.
Garfield.
I won't do it again.
Garfield.
Yes, boss.
Garfield. Your wife is Barbadian, right?
Yeah, man. 100%.
Ask her if any Bayesian gonna allow you to play that garbage on the air on the TV.
No, man. They won't do that for me, man. They sure thing at me, man.
Garfield, ask your wife if anybody gonna allow you to play that garbage to those guys on the air.
No, man. Them Bayesians threw me out long time, man.
That's why I keep telling you all the time, solutions are stupid people. Those guys say anything stupid to those people. And you give them airplay to that. Come on, man. You're not the only one that does it, No, you're not the only one that does it.
But how many times I ask you for forgiveness? But I forgive you, you're not forgiving people.
Man, not every night, man. Come on, man. You're a big man, man. You're a big man. You got a man that building ghettos in the city, making a city of ghettos. And you play that kind of guy, those guys, you get those guys airplay, man. Come on, man.
Give me a break, no, man. I'm sorry.
Come on, Garfield. You played all kind of Bishop Girari, all kind of nonsense. Come on, man.
Bitch, sorry.
Brazil, Richard Frederick, and you was going on and on and on. You must get sleepy. You would have played more. What is you, man?
I was just trying to remember.
I listen to you tonight, and you start off good, and that's how you end the night.
I run off track. That's okay.
You don't give those guys airplay.
Okay, you're right.
You make it make people more stupid than what they are. Solutions are gullible people, and they're very gullible for stupidity. They're not gullible for about like Chastanet, They have wisdom,
That's right.
They're gullible for stupidity. And all you do, you're encouraging them to listen to the God. I don't need to see what you're doing wrong there. They can't see what you're doing wrong there.
I know.
My head started to pong, but actually, this man, and another one, and another one. I said, this man serious? Really?
I know, sorry.
Are you insulting my intelligence? I can stop watching you.
No,
serious.
you can't do that. You can't do that.
You insulting my intelligence, man.
Nah, man. You're not dumb, backward, and stupid, so you'll have to watch me,
I'd like to learn. Listen to me. I love to learn. I love to learn. Those garbage people you put on TV just on those lines just now, they can't teach me nothing.
Okay. Let me. Matter of fact, let
They
me.
just get me mad. I was just relaxing.
Let me
I
erase
was
it.
listening to you all night, you know.
I know.
I was listening to you all night, you know, man.
I'm going to erase it now.
I'm not
just
every
move
night.
it.
I don't like calling. When you used to be called a show.
Marty,
Because it affects you, know, man. Because when they say solutions are done back when it's stupid, you come on, you think it's a joke? Mr. Frederick, Brazil, John Peters, and the list goes on. When you gonna stop, man?
I stopped now. I
All
erased
those guys
all
are
of them.
losers.
Yeah, man, I already moved all of them.
Would you like any of those guys to be the boyfriend of your daughter if you have a daughter that old?
Oh, no.
Would you like any of those guys to be the husband of your daughter?
No, I was sent her to a foreign land where they would have no access.
Come on, man. But my head started to feel a kind of way. I can't just don't hurt me. But my head, let's say this back then. Oh, another one. And then he's saying, last call for the night. You enjoy that bullshit, man?
No, I apologize, man. I won't do it again.
You stop giving those guys. I'm not going to tell you how to run your show.
Yeah.
No. You can run a show. You can call.
Nah, man.
What I'm going to say to you, I'm just going to stop. Once you continue that nonsense, I just stop listening to you, man.
No. Sorry, man. I ain't doing it again.
Those guys are garbage, Jarfield. I tell you to ask your wife if any Bajan will listen to them. I'm going to tell you, she's going to tell you no.
Yeah.
She's going to tell you no.
True.
Go on, when you go to bed, ask your wife that. Stop them and ask your wife if any Bajan, whether it's man or woman, young or old, can listen to those guys. I'm going to bet you. And tomorrow, by the way, you can see the call offline. I got something to ask you.
Yeah, okay. No problem.
I'm not going to bet you. She's going to tell you no, not one Bajan will listen to your show, will listen to those guys. Those guys are garbage.
Okay.
So Michael Shasta is respected all over the world. Let me show you something. The worst government in the history of St. Lucia. Would you agree with me? Is the Mongoose gang.
Yeah, of course. Why not? Why not? Yes.
Have you seen any of them come out and say anything about the Mongoose gang?
Nothing, huh?
Because they are garbage like the Mongoose gang. That's the standard. So everything the Mongoose gang do, they like it's right. Come on, Garfield, stop it, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, jokes aside, man. I'm not listening to your show, man, and you start well, and you go well. Then you go and some prevail to this person. And nothing could teach me something, that's garbage. And another one. And one more. I said, what is that thing? Is this comedy?
Yeah.
You think it's comedy, Garfield, man? You can keep the show,
Maybe I need
I just
some...
got watch Big... I'd rather watch Big Brother earlier on Sesame Street, man.
Well, I brought it to you live.
Let's watch Big Brother earlier than watch those jokers, man.
I brought Tom and Jerry to you.
What are they teaching? What are they teaching me? What are they teaching my people?
Yeah, man.
Anything of substance? No.
I'm just reminding the folks, but
reminding them?
Yeah, man.
You see any of them come out on the scene yet? What do you call the guy? Doctor what? What's his name again? Can't remember his name.
Who's that? Preville?
Dr. King, all those guys. You see all those guys come out and talk to anything?
Fellas gone hiding, man.
About the government, and you don't want to talk Preville. Since I've said to you, since the great man passes backside, no boy, no we gone, he was exiled. He basically dead. What is he saying now? You think they'll come and say about the government doing a great job? John Peters talk a lot of nonsense. Mr. Frederick talking more nonsense. Could you imagine Mr. Frederick have audience? Could you imagine Mr. Frederick have audience? Garfield, you need to sit down and have a chat with your Bajan wife.
No problem. I'll do
I
that.
used to live there. I used to live there. And I can tell you something. when Barbadians have the discussion whether in the rum shop or what, because there are people that always try to educate one letter. They always test your intelligence. Yeah. That's what they do. That's what they do. Whether in the rum shop, on a football team, cricket team, that's what they do. They always test your intelligence. You always have to be prepared when you're in Barbados for those Bajans. Because they come and ask you a question in blue. See if you can answer it. That's what they do. But then they come back to garbage for these guys. They won't mention the names of those guys, man.
Yes, sir.
You insulting their intelligence.
Nah, man, I stopped doing
and
it.
I'm going to tell you again, Barbadians are some of the most intelligent people on the planet. Without a doubt. Hence why the reason why Madam Mayor Mori won 2 terms in a row. You know why? The opposition Democratic Party have no leader. No leader. So instead, you hold on to that. Hold on to that.
No
the
problem.
damn Democratic not no leader. But said Lucia, say, come. If a dog leaves the party, give him a goose gang. That's made to operate.
Yep. But I gotta run.
So when you continue playing those things, do not say Lucia be man, but you not something that to my head. That feel I know something that to my head. Not pressure, but I know what it is.
Okay.
My head was a kind of way, man. I said, look, man, and another one, and another one, and another one. Come on, man.
That bully, you really bad, but I got you. Okay.
Listen, Garfield, I'm gonna say this to you. You continue play, as I said, it's not only you that does it. Other talk show host does that.
Also, I'm not alone.
And if I get to a stage where I can just stop listening to you all, man, because I got time to see all nonsense, man.
All right.
I was supposed to educate me, man. Not nonsense, this is garbage. I told you those kind of guys, they go dump, turn them down. They go dump, don't have nothing to do with them. The only one that takes them is solutions.
Okay, but I gotta go now, Mr. Barbuda. Thank you for calling. I got my blows tonight. Thank you.
Call me offline because I really want to rough you. Call me offline, please.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
I'll ask your wife what I tell you. I don't even know your wife.
Okay, good.
Ask her.
No problem, I will.
But I know the Bajan people.
All
okay,
right.
okay,
my
later.
brother, yep. Zolaka we mwe. Barbuda fute me kutel ma zolaka we mwe. Mama. Barbuda ubaye ze ufute me kutel ma all night. But folks, we gotta go now, and I got to notice that Flo is going to increase their cost for service in St. Lucia, and they're saying due to taxes. All right, but I'm going to cry. All right, so folks, we had a long run. God bless you. You all go to bed. May God watch over you and us and me as we depart to our beds. Remember to be good. Say your prayers. Wash your face. Wash your hand before you go to bed. Brush your teeth. And say, thank you, Jesus, for protecting me throughout this day. Look in your room. See if your children is over there. If they're not, go find them. And if you go to the rooms and you see somebody who's not supposed to be there, run him out. Let him walk home. Yeah. Send him home. Send her home. All right? But be good to yourself. Love your neighbor as yourself. All right? Be kindly affectionate one towards the other. But go check the room. Make sure your child is in the room. Gone. See ya. Folks. See you. We have a big show coming up tomorrow. National Security Advisor Dr. Powell from the Washington area will be on with us tomorrow. I have a lot of meetings scheduled for tomorrow, but keep me in prayer, folks. Blessings, blessings, blessings. Thanks for all the support. And Martin and Gregory like we I had quick mama your pa mem so Reverend, y'all goodbye. Your head was hurting you too? Next time I send him pills for all of you. Goodbye, folks. See ya.